Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we are about to begin, I would like to invite all the participants who still waiting outside the room, please come inside and have a seat. And we are going to start with the program shortly. Thank you very much for your cooperation and attention. Tapi gue butuh meja loh, gue butuh meja. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our program in 5 minutes or maybe less. So I would like to kindly invite all the participants who are still waiting outside the ballroom. Please move forward. Please make your way to the ballroom, and we're going to start our program very, very shortly. Thank you very much for your attention. A very lovely morning to all of you. Sorry for the delay. How are we today? I think some people still half asleep. One more time. How are we today? Where is that from? It's great to see everybody here. I hope everyone is feeling great, doing fantastic, and very, very excited for today's program. Well, welcome to the second day of the conference, Pathway to a Prosperous Indonesia, powered by renewable energy, how Team Europe can support a just energy transition in Indonesia. My name is Mona, and I'm very thrilled to be the MC today, to meet all the people who have a great spirit to make our planet a better place. May all of you be blessed with health and vibrant energy throughout the day. Well, thank you first of all for accepting all our invitation, for being here. And before we proceed with the agenda, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our special guest, Bapak Yudo Dwinanda Priyadi, the Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Good morning, selamat pagi, Bapak Paul Butar-Butar, the Deputy of the JETP Secretariat. A very warm welcome, of course, to Henriette Vargeman, First Counselor, Environment, Climate Action, and ICT EU Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much, ma'am, for facilitating this event. Thank you for joining us, all the representatives of EU member state energy programs, all members from the JETP Secretariat, and representatives from Indonesia and European private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia government confirmed its strong commitment in using clean energy to increase energy supply through enhancing renewable energy projects and the investment. Indonesia have ambitious commitment by setting the target of a renewable energy mix of 23% by 2025 and 31% by 2050. Furthermore, Indonesia has committed to a 29% reduction in emission against a business as usual scenario by 2030, along with the NDC's target. And this goal, it may sound unrealistic, but it's actually realistic since Indonesia is blessed with many renewable energy resources. However, transitioning to renewables is not as easy as falling off a log. There are many challenges to overcome, like Indonesia still relies on mineral energy sources, such as oil and coal to meet domestic energy needs, limited innovation and technology, knowledge and resources, regulations, and political interests. These are the resistance that's slowing down the progress into clean energy. But Indonesia, born under a lucky star, that we have our EU counterparts that offer supports for Indonesia to work towards renewables. So, through presentation, panels, and workshops, this conference aimed to produce actionable outcomes like policy recommendations, investment insights, and hopefully connecting potential partnerships for a smooth transition to new energy sector. Well, to have a better idea, since I mentioned earlier, this is the second day, to have a better idea of what we have done on day one, which is yesterday, and what's the outlook like for day two of the conference, I have someone who can explain this better. Please join me in welcoming the first Counselor, Environment, Climate Action, and ICT EU Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Henriette Fargaman.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the patience in a little bit delayed start. It seems to be business as usual. At least we had the same yesterday. So apologies to those who were already here yesterday, but I thought it would be useful to just make a little bit of a summary of what was discussed, because actually I thought we had a really good and quite full program with a lot of relevant discussions that we can then carry into today. So we had first a very interesting session with 6 of our member states ambassadors or representatives and the European Union new ambassador who has just joined, and it was his first public event, so I'm very happy. He seems now to be fully immersed in the green space already. And these, together with the government of Indonesia representative, I think we really saw that there's a good match between what the government needs, what it expresses, what Indonesia says that it needs, and what Europe has to offer. So I think that was a good start of the day, and for me, one of the key conclusions from yesterday. Then we had a session on policy needs for enabling just energy transition. And we heard, among others, some great news on the Renewable Energy bill that seems to be now almost ready to come out, which we are, of course, super delighted about. Then we heard also from the business side, and many of you here today are representing the businesses, so we heard what the businesses feel is needed in terms of policy development for really creating a stable investment climate and for Indonesia to be an attractive market for the European businesses. So that was also a really nice discussion. And we had in the same session a very nice discussion about the just element of the Just Energy Transition Partnership, or the energy transition as such. We had very nice examples from ILO on how actually they're working with the communities in different parts of Indonesia on the just energy transition, so making sure that all groups of society are coming along. Then we had a session on financing, where we had both development banks, the European Investment Bank, but also private banks and the PTSMI, and discussing a little bit more how do we get from the big concept of energy transition and the JETP to concrete bankable projects. So that was also very interesting. And then we had a great session yesterday also on concrete technologies for renewable energy rollout. For example, there was some really interesting example on tidal energy, on wind energy, kind of new innovative ways of doing things, and I think we will hear much more about this today. And then we had a session at the end with NGOs and think tanks that also had really good contribution to how they see the need and the kind of important things of the energy transition process. So for today, we hope that we will get into even more concrete opportunities on energy transition, what the energy transition can bring to Indonesia, and we will dive more into detail of a couple of topics. We have done some very interesting work on the opportunities for offshore wind in Indonesia that you will see in one of the next sessions. And we have looked more in detail on exactly how energy transition could be promoted. We have carried out some studies on best practices, or good practices at least, from Europe, and we will try to see together also with representatives from the Indonesian provinces how we can how we can share and how we can facilitate the general energy transition. We will also have a presentation related to looking at fossil fuel subsidies and see how there could be opportunities for changing some practices here that could maybe facilitate things. So I think we have a really interesting day ahead of us, and I think we should get started with it because we're already late. So I thank you for being here, and a very warm welcome to today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henrietta, for summing up the today's conference in just 5 minutes. I think I can feel the positive energy, and I guess everybody is very keen and eager to learn. And hopefully today will be as successful as yesterday, as we're going to engage in lots of informative and exciting sessions. Okay, to officially kick off today's program, let's tune in for the welcoming remarks, which will be conveyed by the Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Yudo Dwinanda Priyadi, through the big LED screen right in front of us.
Excellencies, all ambassadors from the European Union member states, honorable chairman and speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my highest gratitude and appreciation to the European Union delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam for inviting us to participate in this event. It is indeed a great honor for me to be one of the key participants in Team Europe Green Conference 2023. And I sincerely hope that we can have an enlightening discussion on the second day that will be focused on wind development opportunities, the replacement of diesel with renewables on remote islands, and lessons learned from the energy transition in the EU. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we are making concrete endeavors in reducing GHG emission, the government has conveyed in several occasions the commitments to increase clean energy utilization, mitigation action, and a just transition. We as well have established the Enhanced Energy 2030, which include the increased target on energy sector to 358 million tons of CO2, equal with 31.89%, with our own effort, and 43.20% with international support. Currently, Indonesia's new energy mix reached 12.3% by 2022, and the installed capacity of renewable power plants has been increased to 12.7 gigawatt by August 2023, or approximately 0.3% from the total RE potential we have. Still small, but a lot of opportunity in the future. For long term, Indonesia has also set net zero emission target by 2060 or sooner. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, along with the relevant stakeholders, have prepared the Indonesia NZE 2060 roadmap in the energy sector, in which the total emission from energy sector are targeted to be 129 million tons of CO2 by 2060 on the demand side. On the NZE roadmap, we aim to develop more than 708 gigawatts on renewables in the energy mix, coming from solar, wind, hydro, ocean, geothermal, and nuclear. Meanwhile, PLN, through its Green RUPTL, has also targeted to add RE power to 51.6% or around 20.9 gigawatt until 2030. In addition, the strategies implemented by the government to increase RE penetration in Indonesia include: A. Implementation of rooftop PV with a target of 3.6 gigawatt by 2025. As of August 2023, 7,500 PLN customers have installed rooftop PV with a total capacity of 109 megawatt peak. Mandatory biodiesel B35, which has been implemented since February 2023 and has made Indonesia a leader in biofuel utilization in the world. Achievement until the first semester of 2023 for domestic utilization of 5.56 million kiloliter with saving of 54.24 trillion rupiah. In 2022, biodiesel mandatory program B30 last year has contributed to emission reduction as much as 27.8 million ton CO2 equivalent. Co-firing or mixing biomass as fuel in existing coal-fired power plants, the program also encourages a circular economy that utilizes agricultural waste biomass as fuel. To optimize the potential of NRE development in Indonesia, which as an archipelago country, the government is launching a super grid program that integrates the islands of Indonesia into one archipelago grid system. The existence of a super grid enables the alignment of the supply and demand side of electricity in areas that have abundant potential for renewable energy sources with areas that have large energy needs. Also, the development of the super grid will also encourage the implementation of renewable energy-based industrial development, REBIT, or renewable energy-based green industry. For smaller scale, the government of Indonesia is carrying out the dieselization program through its state-owned electricity company, PLN, to convert diesel-powered electricity to green and sustainable hybrid PV battery energy storage system, BESS power plants to electrify their remote and off-grid island. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the opportunity of cooperation between Indonesia and the EU in the energy sector, currently the EU-Indonesia Cooperation Facility, EU-ICF, that the pipeline of activities 2023-2025 is still being drafted. In this pipeline, proposed activities about exploratory studies of the potential of green hydrogen for Indonesia and support for the pre-FS, wind power, floating solar PV, hydropump power storage. EU and Indonesia has been discussing Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, IEU-SEPA, including energy and raw materials. Hopefully, we can get agreement between us based on respective interests. With the EU's experience in energy transition as well as its enhanced industries, we hope that through this cooperation, we can attract more investment from EU to Indonesia. I sincerely hope that through this forum, we can attain insight to support clean energy transition in Indonesia. Thank you.
All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to continue with the next agenda, to combat climate change and achieve targets towards emissions reduction and net zero goals, as mentioned by the Mr. Deputy, Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP, has involved in many green projects. So in order to gain a better understanding on the roadmap for renewable energy transition in Indonesia and its potential of wind energy, especially the offshore wind power project, let's invite, please put our hands together for the Deputy Head of JETP Secretariat, Mr. Paul Butar, who is going to deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, Ambassadors, and also representatives from EU member states. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having us here, inviting us in this event, very important event for us. In particular, the MC mentioned about the JETP. Under JETP, I'm sure you know, everyone knows that the JETP has been announced last year during the G20, and we are now working part of the JETP Secretariat in finalizing so-called Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan. The draft 3 of the CIPP has been completed and has been sent to the GOI, Government of Indonesia, and IPG, International Partner Groups, as a partner from Indonesia for this Just Energy Transition Partnerships. So we are having the discussion now. We had already discussion with the colleague from IPG members, and also we will have the discussion as well with the government, discussing whether this, let's say, CIPP is good to go for public consultations. So with the expectation that on the 1st of November, we will be able to open the documents for public comments. And after that, we will receive inputs from public. Then we expect by 21st of November, we will launch the CIPP documents. What does it mean? In the CIPP documents, we elaborate what is needed in order to move forward with the energy transition of Indonesia. Pak Yudo in his speech has mentioned about what is the commitment of Indonesia for the energy transition, just energy transitions. The JETP, or the working on the CIPP, what we are doing is actually more elaboration of what will be included in the so-called Just Energy Transition Partnership, what project need to be invested in, how much money will be required, and what kind of, let's say, just transition part need to be there in each of the projects. And we expect that by elaborating all of these issues in the CIPP documents, we will be able to show that the energy transition in Indonesia will be just. So not only for the purpose of, let's say, the investors, but also for the purpose of the communities or other stakeholders that will be impacted by the energy transitions. So we are happy to see the commitment of our colleague from EU, Team Europe, that, let's say, continuously support Indonesia. We discussed already with the EU as part of the member of IPG, also with the other member of IPG. We see here our colleague from Denmark, and as you know, the investment in just transition is huge. The commitment that Indonesia have received now is 20 billion. Is only a small part of the funding needed in order to move with the energy transitions that we will be able to meet the net zero emission target by 2050. So we expect, we hope that colleagues that come here today from Europe as well as from Indonesia or other country, that you will see the opportunity for investing in Indonesia for the energy transition. There is room for everyone to participate in, and we hope that the 20 billion as a catalytic can be complemented by investment from private sectors in order to make the energy transition in Indonesia happen. And again, thank you very much for inviting us to this event, and thank you for, let's say, from our point of view, expected contribution. If you come here, then we expect that you will contribute to the energy transition in Indonesia. And we at the JETP Secretariat will be happy to discuss with you in more detail how you can participate in the JETP, so that later on we see that the JETP target, reducing emissions, meeting renewable energy target, and meeting the net zero emission target by 2050 can be realized. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Butar. We really do appreciate for your time and participation in this conference. So again, we very encourage private sectors to support, to contribute the development of energy transition in Indonesia, and JETP is welcome with open hands to guide how things need to be done. Okay, before we proceed with the panel discussion or dialogue, I would like to give you the opportunity to raise questions. So you are more than welcome to drop all your questions that's related to each session by scanning the code, the QR code. Okay, there it is. It's shown on the LED. So by scanning the QR code, you can actually drop off your comments, your thoughts, your ideas. So if during the presentation, by speaker, suddenly you have questions pop in your mind, feel free to type it down and just shout it through the application, the Slido application. So at the end of each session, we are going to explore the questions, and the moderator will try to accommodate the questions at the end of each session. Okay, without further delay, because we have as many as 5 sessions today, we will start with our first round of panel discussion. On session 1, we will discuss on the Team Europe contribution to a sustainable energy future for Indonesia. So today we will draw some insights from our notable speakers, how Team Europe navigate the transition to new energy systems, what's the opportunity and strategies for developing renewable energy, and what kind of initiative or an approach to support Indonesia shifting towards renewables. Okay, for that, I will have to invite first our moderator. Please put a spotlight on Henriette Vargeman. She's the first Counselor, Environment, Climate Action, and ICT EU Delegation to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. And of course, our speakers, please come forward to the stage. Mr. August Axel Zachary, he's the head of Energy Cooperations from the Embassy of Denmark. Being the second speaker, Ms. Lisa Tinchert, she's the Director of Energy Program from GIZ. Last but not least, Robin van Boxtel. He's the head of Climate and Energy from the Embassy of Netherlands. I apologize if I mispronounce any of your name, and I will let Ms. Henriette to take over. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to my friends here. We are trying to have this as a nice discussion among friends, because that's what we are. So just a few words. As I mentioned, we already had many member states ambassadors here, which of course outlined the main priorities of their cooperation with India and so on. But we thought it would be nice to have a session where we would go a little bit more into the details of what our member states are actually working on here. And these 3, I think, are very good examples. They're not the only ones working on energy here, but they are really good examples of some of our member states that are very active here. So before we get into the questions, maybe I'll give you a chance to just introduce yourself very briefly, and then we'll get on with the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Henriette, and thank all of you for showing up. Also good to see Buta Buta being back from a JET Secretariat. It's always good to see so many unknown faces, means we're getting the message out further and further. My name is August Zachary. I'm the Sector Council on Energy at the Danish Embassy, and I look over the Danish efforts in the Just Energy Transition Partnership and our long-standing collaboration of energy between Indonesia and Denmark.
Yes, also good morning from my side, everyone. Thank you, Henriette and the EU, for having me here. A pleasure to see so many people in the room. There's many energy conferences, but I'm glad that I also can be part of this one. So my name is Lisa Tinchert. I work for GIZ. I lead the energy program that we are running here on the ground in Indonesia, and also a little bit with ASEAN. I've been here for 4 years, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not working. Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone, and many thanks to Henriette and the EU for organizing this conference. It's good to see that so many people showed up here. So Robin van Boxtel, I'm head of climate and energy at the Dutch Embassy, and I lead a team of, in total, 4 people. And we are, let's say, more and more committed on these topics. We have a long-lasting cooperation on many related themes like water management, agriculture, and also energy. We used to have an ODA program between, it's already a while ago, but maybe Paul knows it still, between 2009 and 2015, worth of almost 70 million euros. And everything we did back then, we are no longer doing anymore now. So that's showing how effective official development assistance sometimes is. Yeah, happy to join you here for this important conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's jump into the questions. So first I will ask you, August. So in Denmark, Denmark is very different from Indonesia. I think I can say that with certainty because I come from Denmark as well. We have islands as well, but other than that, I think there are not so many similarities. So I think you organize the energy system in Denmark quite differently than here also. How do you go about cooperating with Indonesia, and what's the goal for you?
Yeah, Denmark is in fact quite different than Indonesia in many ways, but also very similar in many others. And I think that's also what we have to keep in mind when we talk about how different the energy system is in Denmark. Because we have a very different system now, but indeed we don't have to look very long back in time before we actually see a system that's very similar. When we looked at if we just look at the Danish utility used to call Danish Oil and Natural Gas, that is our PLN. Back in 2006, they did an evaluation of their assets. They had 85% fossil assets and 15% renewable assets. And they were quite highly leveraged, and they realized that the fossil assets were not that profitable. So it was really a Danish utility that was not very renewable and was quite financially in bad standing. I don't know whether some of these aspects, heavy coal dependent, seems familiar in some ways, but it's only been a journey of around now 15 years that they can probably say that they have 90% renewable energy. Because in Denmark, we've had to turn the energy system on its head. Now, 70% of Danish power is from renewable, and it's specifically from wind and solar, from variable sources. And of course, that's a very big journey, and the same journey that Indonesia is now embarking on. I think you can be very happy that Indonesia is not as windy as Denmark. Probably wind power will not be as big here, but there's a lot more sun than there is in Denmark, which is why it's pleasurable to be here. So I think the learnings that we had from that journey, even though Denmark is very different, are very applicable here. So that's really what we're trying to do our best with our Indonesian colleagues at Ministry of Energy, at PLN, at National Energy Council, and also in the provincial governments, is helping them trying to put the pieces together, not as outsiders looking at, but as peers working together on a common problem.
Great. I think that's really an important message already, putting the pieces together and working together as peers. I think that's really a nice summary of what we want to do also as a wider European Union. So do you want to say a few more words about what you're doing concretely to try to achieve the goals? Maybe not your individual projects, but just like how are you working?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could spend hours on this. But yeah, we're doing quite a lot. So I think, of course, while Pak Buta is here, he also mentioned Denmark is an active participant in the Just Energy Transition Partnership. So that's also a message that we want to say that we want to put our money where our mouth is. Denmark is one of the global leaders in renewable energy. We have the biggest wind turbine manufacturer in Denmark. We have the biggest renewable energy investment fund in Denmark. And we're a big player on the renewable energy market despite being only 6 million people. So that's also why we, as a small country, see ourselves having a big role in Indonesia and also facilitating the investment of those projects. But alongside that, we also have more than 28 people working from the Danish government as peers with our Indonesian colleagues on day-to-day work on figuring out how do we make the regulation work also for these technologies. Because what we see in Denmark is that although it's hard doing the first couple of steps, once you get started and the pieces fit together, it's really an economic driver. So we really see that it's once the ball gets rolling, then it's self-fulfilling. And we're trying to get Indonesia to that point where they can really see the benefits as we have done in Denmark.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'll come back to you in a moment, but before that, maybe I will turn to Lisa to tell a little bit about what the GIZ is doing here. You have a big energy program, and can you tell us a bit what you're doing?
So I'm happy to. I don't know if we have slides. I did bring some. I can talk with them, but I can also freestyle.
I think we have some slides that we were planning to show, so if somebody can put them on. Yes, here we go. You can't see them,
Thank you so
but they're
much.
there.
Maybe immediately jumping to the next slide. And one more. Thank you. Basically, from the next slide, please. If you look at the bigger picture, how Germany and Indonesia cooperate, I think we all know that the focus of Indonesia is we have the Bappenas Indonesia vision of 2045 for Indonesia to become industrialized country. And the forecasts are that Indonesia will be the 5th largest economy, overtaking Germany also. And we've heard also from Payudo the target on the net zero emissions going forward. So what does that mean for German-Indonesian collaboration? So through government consultations, this is basically what you're seeing here at the top, what we came up with as the 3 main topics, and energy transition is obviously part of it. Because if we're talking about achieving a green economy, which is the objective of Indonesia, you need clean energy to fuel this transformation. So we're talking about decoupling of economic growth with energy demand, and of course also with greenhouse gas emissions. So energy transition is part of this, and this is one of our main objectives. If we jump to the next slide, looking a bit deeper what that means for GIZ. So just as a disclaimer, GIZ is one of the implementers of the German-Indonesian cooperation. So there's obviously also KfW with the financial contribution. There's other technical implementers, but we are the biggest. So if you look at this, you see basically our main political partners. We work with the Indonesian government. Mainly this is Ministry of Energy, but also Ministry of Finance and Bappenas. These are our direct political partners, but we also work with other ministries like Kemenko Mabes or KKP. And overall, our objective is to support Indonesia in its energy transition. So the targets of the government are applying to us, and this is our scope of the work. I will not rephrase what Payudo already kindly summarized so nicely. Basically, this is the bigger picture. I think what is quite interesting, I mean, GIZ has been active in Indonesia for more than 30 years. In the energy field, we came quite a bit from the rural electrification side, so a lot on mini-grids, hydro development, and so on. And if you see now at the topics, you can see we are very broad, also thanks to the last 2 years, I think, where the topics of coal phase-out moved in, where the JET-P discussions and so on. So we are working across the spectrum of green skills and employment. We work very closely with PLN. We model in regions such as Sulawesi or NTT power systems, look into how to integrate higher shares of renewables. We work, of course, with our government partners on the regulatory framework, and also now started working in the field with mining regions to look at economic development opportunities. So at the bottom you see our projects. Since there are so many projects and people cannot remember what is DRM or ISET or REAP and so on, we try to turn it around and represent ourselves as theme-based. And some of these projects are actually also JET-P projects, so they're the contribution by GIZ. I have one more slide, quickly just adding to this. Besides our own GIZ energy program, let's see if that works here, we have the Energy Hub. So what is the Energy Hub? I already mentioned it's not just GIZ implementing German cooperation in the energy field. There's others, there's KfW, PTB, BGA, and other IKI consortium partners. And we as GIZ are mandated to have a secretariat function where we basically support both governments in their planning, in their strategy development, in their portfolio representation, to talk more about the impact that we're having here on the ground, the success stories. So it has a lot of communication. And one big chunk of this work is also JET-P support. So this is a lot targeted on our direct partners. So for example, EBTKE, where we look into how to translate the challenges of the JET-P into support on the ground. So I think I'll stop with that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think the conclusion would, yeah, applause, please. And don't forget to put questions in Slido while you're applauding also. But I think maybe in summary we can say that anything that's relevant for energy transition, GIZ is working on it. So no matter what you want to be done, you have to talk to Lisa about it afterwards. So next, I'll turn to you, Robin, and the question's a little bit the same. So what is the Netherlands doing, and what are you getting out of it? What is Indonesia getting out of it? How is that cooperation working?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Henriette. I think I also brought some slides. I don't know if we can put them up here. As big as GIZ, we are definitely not. I think it's a very different approach. GIZ is present here with 400 people in total. 80 for energy, that's massive. We mostly work with local partners back in The Hague. So we have different financing vehicles, such as Invest. Next slide, please. Maybe best to show it up on the screen. Ah, yeah. Oh, that's okay. And this, now this is forward, yeah. Okay, then let's move. Yeah, so in terms of instruments, we have, like GIZ, our National Development Bank, FMO. We have climate fund managers, Invest International, the Dutch Enterprise Agency, and they're all offering various vehicles and instruments with both ODA money, grants, as well as concessional loans. All the ones that you see listed here have projects here in Indonesia. Climate fund managers focuses mostly on commercial and industrial players, so the ones that are actually off-grid. So let's say the non-PLN type of players, and that's also where we see most potential for renewables at this moment. With the fact that there is no renewable energy bill in place yet, PLN is struggling with, of course, its huge amount of coal investments, and as you know, they seek for, let's say, the lowest cost renewable energy alternatives. But in the commercial and industrial space, you do see that there is actually a lot going on, and a lot of companies are willing to invest in renewables and know that there is also a necessity to do so from a social perspective. So more and more projects are developed where we see that things like floating solar and rooftop solar are, of course, let's say, low-hanging fruit. But when you look at industrial players in the critical raw materials sector, a very intensive use of energy, mostly coal-driven, they are now also looking at larger scale renewable energy alternatives as a potential solution. So this is a track that we are diving into now a little bit more deeper in the last months and the coming years. We also see that Indonesia would like to become less dependent on China as its mere off-taker for renewable, let's say, processed raw materials. And Europe needs to diversify its imports of raw materials, also away from China. And so Indonesia is a logical partner to look into and see the opportunities there. And nickel is, of course, the most important critical raw material, but you have others like cobalt that are produced here, also to a big extent. And other types of renewables like wind and electrolysis via green hydrogen could all be utilized in the future by these type of players. Let's say the previous slide, and then I need this little thing again, if it's gonna work. So, as I said, we work differently than, for instance, our German counterparts, Danish counterparts. We as an embassy are really, let's say, the focal point for the different financial institutions that we have in the Netherlands that want to invest here in Indonesia, and the companies that want to invest. But on a government-to-government level, we have a bilateral cooperation with Indonesian Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, but we also work closely with PUPR, the Ministry of Public Works. with Bapenas to a lesser extent, and the KLK similarly also a lesser extent. We really see that most opportunities are actually in the energy sector at the moment here in Indonesia. So very briefly, the topics we focus on are the ones where we have a competitive advantage ourselves. Wind, floating solar, green hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, energy efficiency, and what I said, the processing of raw materials, where Dutch players mostly have, let's say, a role to play in things like dredging, wastewater treatment, dam tailings. So it's more, it's not that we are a nation of miners, the opposite. We have certain knowledge that can be used to make the sector more sustainable. I'll leave it there for now, and back to you, Henriette.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you also for, yeah, applause. Thank you also for mentioning, both for mentioning energy efficiency, which I think is something that we sometimes forget in this conversation. We are very now focused on what renewable sources are available, how can we phase out coal, but I think somebody said it nicely in one of yesterday's session, the cleanest energy is the one you don't use. So energy efficiency has been a super important priority in the European Union already for a long time, since the crisis that we have had after Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have been really speeding up the energy transition in general, but in particular also saving energy. We were forced to do it in a short time, and it's something that we have seen is both, well, a cheaper way to go about it, and also really a necessary part of the whole energy transition. So thanks for pointing that out. Also, thanks for pointing out really the involvement of the private sector. So we have many government-to-government programs, which are extremely important, of course, for the policy framework and so on, but also really to make sure that Indonesia is an attractive place for our European companies. I think that's really also part of why we are here today. Yeah. Maybe I'll turn again to you, August, if you want to say more about any of the concrete projects that you are implementing here, but also if you want to say something about like what kind of changes would you like to see here in the enabling environment, any regulations, anything you would like to point out?
Well, thank you so much, Henriette. One of the first things I want to get back to is on, I saw a really big question pop up. That was no, one of the first things I just want to touch upon is that I think we're very proud to focus on the peer-to-peer capacity deployment. And actually, we have seconded two experts, one from the Danish utility into PLN, and one from the Danish Ministry of Energy into the Ministry of Energy here in Indonesia. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are very close to it. When we talk about the concrete projects, I wish I could give a lot better news. I think we have more ambitions than we do implementation. I think that's the case for many of us. But I think really when we can see in our work together with Buta's team in the Secretariat, Denmark's also pledged specific project finance money and also specific money targeted towards energy efficiency investments that we're developing with the Indonesian government. So I think there's really a lot to come, but it's we're standing on the cusp, we're not sliding down the hill yet. That's maybe the short answer for me.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are ready and we'll start running very soon. Yeah. Okay. So what about you, Lisa? Do you already have any concrete projects ongoing or any kind of business involvement here that is already ongoing?
Yes, I mean we have. I could quote many projects here. Maybe one a bit more concrete example that's also already on the ground. It's a small example. Maybe we can jump to the slides. I have 1-2 photos just to see something real happening outside of Jakarta, and also touching upon the topic of yeah, industrial decarbonization. I think this is a big topic that's coming up. We heard about already the Indonesian ambition to greening supply chains and so on, and we also see that there's a drive, I think, in Indonesia from the private sector to become greener for international competitiveness. There is a need to supply clean energy, to manufacture cleaner. So this is quite interesting, and we try to develop such ideas further. Yeah, sorry, the slides are on, I didn't see them. Go further. Yes, so let's talk about solar cooling a little bit. This is one idea that we've been working on and developing for quite a while. So the cooling sector is very important in Indonesia. It's an archipelago nation, it's a tropical nation. There's a lot of cooling demand. We enjoy the AC here, but we also talk about cooling demand for cold storages, refrigeration, so for manufacturing, commercial and industrial applications. Indonesia is also one of the top 3 exporters of fish. I believe there's more than 6 million tons of fish being caught every year. And so it has the fishery industry has a high signal relevance for Indonesia. Also, if you look at who are these fishers, the majority are small-scale fishers, so it's not the large commercial ones. But a lot of fish gets wasted. Fish gets caught a lot in the eastern regions where there are no cold chains. The energy that is provided there is heavily reliant on fossil fuels. They're often diesel supplied, and often there's simply no ice available. And that's the problem, that the fishes still continue to be caught, but then it's not the highest quality. It cannot enter also in international supply chains. And this is where we developed a project idea. This is already quite trying to jump to the next slide. This is the solar ice maker. It's a concrete project that we developed because we see there's a future need. Cold storage has a demand growth of 10 to 30% per year, so this will continue. And this idea was born, I think, 2015 already. It took a long time to develop because it was a pilot. Developed with many stakeholders. I show that on the next slide. But the idea is that this is an off-grid solution. It has solar on the roof, and then it produces ice from this. It brings green energy and green ice to the fishers in the regions. It can also help to lower overall energy costs in these regions, and of course it reduces greenhouse gas emissions if it's not produced with diesel. So what you can see there, this can produce roughly 1 ton per ice per year. This first one stands in Kupang. You can look at it. A second one will be built in Malukun with UNDP funding. And basically this is an overview on who was involved. So it was an example of applied research with support of ELK, that's an institute from Germany. For the refrigeration technology, it has a strong anchorage in Indonesia with IREF, and a lot of people were involved. So it's quite complex. It took a long time to develop, but I think that's one of the solutions that are really fitted for Indonesia. And if you look further, so we want to build on this experience and go also larger scale. We have new projects. I will not go into detail, but basically, essentially, where we also say we want to support more on the industrial side, because if we see that business players, there is a drive, there is a need, there's an ambition to green up, and there we will also focus on industry. We haven't chosen the industries yet, but taking this champion approach, also working with associations, with Cardin and so on. So this is a new flagship project coming up where we really try to go through the whole process, identifying the champions, looking at both renewable energy and energy efficiency solutions. So it's also a lot about training energy managers and then hopefully realizing some of these opportunities. So maybe I stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. This is actually super exciting. I mean, I had not really thought about this idea of solar ice. It sounds like an impossibility, but I can see honestly a really great potential there, and also really a nice part of the just part of energy transition, I would say, because it builds the local community around an income source and something like that. So I was of course also thinking about cold drinks, but this seems to be a secondary objective. So now I'll turn to you, Robin, and if you can give some more concrete examples also of what the Netherlands is doing, and maybe if there's anything you want to share also from back home.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Henriette. And it's good to see what GIZ is all doing. I think it shows that many different type of also, let's say, innovative things can be done also here in Indonesia. Sometimes things are rather cost competitive and innovative at the same time. Good example, I think of, well, let's start with this. Maybe go back a little bit. 2 weeks ago, we had the Renewable Energy and Climate Summit, Indonesia, Netherlands. Many of you were present and also participated there. And when I, let's say, refer that to the question on the type of projects we're doing, over there, a contract was signed between Pertamina and Dutch company Hyatt Solar, which is an innovative company that makes solar thin film material. The MOU was signed back in 2018 or 19, so we're really happy that the project is now actually being implemented. Then I have to go a bit further, let's say here. This company makes very cost competitive solar panels that they're not even real panels, it's really very thin material that you can put on windows, that you can put on rooftops, in your garden. It works very well in all sorts of circumstances. And they will build a factory here on Java. So that's a project that we are very proud of that's being implemented with Dutch financing. I'm clicking already for 10 times on that thing, trying to show you an example of this type of material, but now it's working. And actually, the big stadium you see there on the right lower hand here in Jakarta makes use of these type of solar thin film materials from Hyatt Solar. And another project that I want to highlight is one where, I'm going to be frank, where we and the implementing partners are often struggling with PLN here as an implementing partner, but it's the so-called Tidal Bridge project. I see Arjen Dekker from Witteveen and Bos, Dutch company, sitting here. They're also a part of the consortium of partners there. But the idea, the concept is something we are very eager to implement here in Indonesia. On the right upper hand of the screen, you see an example of what it will look like. This is a bridge in the Strait of Larantuka and on Flores. And over 40 megawatts of energy will be utilized via these type of propellers that you see under the bridge. So it's a bridge that connects two islands and that will generate jobs, economic activity in the region, and at the same time really gives the opportunity for the whole region to make use of clean energy. I hope that I'm going to witness the day that the real contract will be signed, but this is my last year here in Indonesia, so I'm afraid that we'll probably not make it. And very briefly, another Dutch company called Empower, they make of battery storage and other type of storage facilities, completely renewable. They are working together with hundreds of companies around Indonesia, among them Pelindo, harbor company. They have over 100 locations. They have really managed to install their energy storage facilities. Last example, always good to mention, is Signify, a Dutch company that creates over 300 jobs here in Indonesia, uses local content, and is 100% renewable. And with also seed money from the Dutch government in the past, they've managed to make all their activities renewable. And they create light bulbs, LED light bulbs that you see in almost every building. And very briefly touch upon energy efficiency. They signify the company is working together with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources to make Indonesian government buildings sustainable. And if you look at the potential that energy efficiency here has, it's over up to 8 million vehicles annually that can be saved by making government buildings more efficient in Indonesia. And government buildings means also state-owned enterprise buildings, etc. So that's a huge low-hanging fruit that is untapped at the moment. So some examples of what we're working on, and if you like to know more, I can also tell a little bit more about the financing vehicles that we use later on.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, I mean, it's really so great to see these very concrete examples. Not everything has to be about the big investments. There are so many smaller innovative things that we can do. I realize that it's still challenging. I was also super excited about seeing this tidal. I mentioned it already, the tidal wave thing yesterday. One of my questions would have been whether this was not a problem for biodiversity and if the fish would get chopped up into sushi, but I was very happy to hear that actually a whale can go through these turbines. So I don't know if you can picture this. So they're not tiny little fans. So really interesting. So we're unfortunately running a little bit short of time. I think we should just open up for a few questions. So if we can see something from Slido, if somebody has asked questions, then I would be keen to see them. And now, yeah, I cannot see them. Okay. Can regional private sector collaborate with Team Europe for sustainable energy? I will read out the questions, then you can each pick one to reply to, and then we will wrap up. How can the European team increase the capacity and skills of human resources in Indonesia to support the development of the renewable energy sector, especially in remote areas and small islands? What does JETP expect from private business actors, and how can we collaborate? How about foreign direct investments? Oh, now there are many more questions coming. I think we will probably need to stop here, but we will collect the questions, and when we report back from this, we will also make sure that we come up with some ideas for more replies. So let me start now again, first with you, Robin, this time. Whatever you want to reply to.
Maybe I'll keep it very brief. Let's say we as Dutch government are having helped design a renewable energy training center here in Indonesia.
Can you please keep the questions on the screen so we can still see them? Thank you. Sorry.
And we do that with various implementing partners related to government, knowledge institutions, and the private sector. Unfortunately, it's not yet implemented, this training center, but good steps are being taken. And that's, I think, a way of sharing knowledge, also technology, and that's something we have to open ourselves up to also as European countries, to not only look at, let's say, the trade and investment side, but also really give something in return. And when that means technology transfers, knowledge transfers, I think that's one of the easiest things to actually do. Very briefly, the regional private sector, whether they can collaborate with Team Europe for sustainable energy. Yeah, definitely. Of course, the financing vehicles that we use for our private sector to develop projects here can also be done together with, or often has to be done together with, local stakeholders and regional stakeholders. So if your company, if your community has ideas, please come forward and we can see what we can do there. So I'm always open to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Lisa, I'll give the chance to you to reply to a few questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I will also jump on the upskilling on the capacities for Indonesia, especially in remote areas and small islands. I mean, we had in Kupang, we actually had a very interesting cooperation with a BLK, so a vocational school. It was a collaboration with Schneider Electric, and we trained for skills on operation and maintenance of PV. So I think that we were really targeting local people to learn these skills, and also foreseeing that there will be more rollout of PV. Of course, it's always a bit chicken or egg. You don't want to educate a lot of people where there's no jobs, but I think we are looking at the momentum and how Indonesia is doing. I think I would agree. All of this is needed more, and I hope we can learn from this one example with one BLK and upscale this. We actually had yesterday a full day discussion on exactly that topic within GIZ, so we also think we need and should be doing more. We have also a training program on PLN, and I think this is very important because of there we also reach the different PLN wilayah, so the regional units in also more remote areas. And I think you need to connect to both, so the training and skills on the ground, but on the other side, of course, the bigger pictures of working, for example, with Bapenas on the occupational mapping, what are the skill profiles for the future, what are the job profiles, the needed competencies, and the forecasts, how many jobs are there actually, and what is the transformation from, let's say, from a miner towards someone who works in clean energy. So this is something we will also be looking at, both on the political level with the Ministry of Energy and Bapenas, but then also on the ground.
Thank you very much. And very shortly, I can see the MC is standing ready to jump on the stage, so we will have to wrap up, but please, August.
No, I think I can just second my colleagues' thoughts that really, but I also see a lot of interest, of course, for the JET-P and the JET opportunities, and for that I can just see that if we really achieve this wonderful collaboration, as Robin is saying, we're going to be needing all hands on deck, also the private and the local private stakeholders here. So we really ask for you to be ready and to be on standby and open to collaborate on the implementation to come.
Well, thank you very much to everybody. One final comment from me is that, of course, this is just a little sample of everything that Europe is doing and what we think can be done. And what we are trying to do really is to put all of this together just to make all this information available to the different parts of Indonesia. I'm pretty sure that the ice maker will be very interesting for many parts of Indonesia, and the solar film and all of these concrete examples. So we would like to try to put this together in a sort of a package, and then we are designing a kind of a mini roadshow where we want to go as Team Europe together with the private sector also to different provinces and show some of these examples. So this is a hope that we can really contribute to something concrete on the ground. So maybe that can be a conclusion, and please do reach out to us in case you want to be involved in this. So with this, a warm applause to all the panel. Thank you so much. And thank you for the questions, and thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Henrietta, for allowing me to hop on the stage. Before we dismiss, please have a group photo together. I know you normally have this friendship photo outside the event, but this time we're going to have a formal picture together. Please make your way to the center of the stage. We ready? Okay. One, two, three. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much once again, and please kindly stay with us until the end of the program today. Okay, before we continue with the next one, we're going to have a short break for 5 minutes. So please kindly grab drinks, a cup of coffee or tea or snacks, and please make your way back to the room again, as we are going to continue with the second session. And if you need to freshen up, the restroom is located just out of the room, and you turn left, and it's at the end of the building. So please quickly grab a cup or two, coffee, tea, and some light refreshments, and please be back shortly. And if any of you who wants to stay in the room, I would like to inform you that if your tools, your laptops, smartphones, gadgets are running low, we've already prepared a charging point or power point that's located under the table. So, And the charging point is located on under the table. So each table have a charging point that you can utilize. Thank you, and we'll see you again. Enjoy. Ini aman kan ikut tinggal ya? Ini mau diganti apa-apa kan tadi?
Tadi baru diganti baterai.
Oh, oke lah, baiklah, baiklah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on. So you may bring along your food, your drinks, coffee and tea inside the room, and you may enjoy it along during the presentations by the speakers on the next session. So feel free to bring along your food, your snacks, and your drinks to the room. And we're going to continue with the second session of the conference today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, I would kindly invite all of you who still standing around the foyer to please move, make your way into the room. We're going to continue with the next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your break is great, feeling rejuvenate, refresh, re-energized. And feel free to bring along your food and enjoy it during the second session of the conference today. Okay, on the next session, we will explore the opportunity of offshore wind power in Indonesia. But before we continue with the second round of panel discussion, I would like to give you again, the opportunity to raise questions to be discussed on the next panel discussion. So please scan the QR code on Slido. Yep, that's on the screen. Just type in all the questions. Our kind moderator will try to accommodate to all your questions at the end of the session. And to know the brief concept of what's going to be discussed in this session, let's hear some key messages that's going to be presented by the country director of Pondera. Please put our hands together for Mr. Brand Elements.
Yes, good morning everybody. Selamat siang. Let me check if I can see my slides on the screen. Yes, good morning. My name is Brent Elemans. I'm the country director for Pondera Indonesia. And we can also do it like this. Great. So I'm a bit tall for this one, so this is better. Yeah, so I work for Pondera. We are a renewable energy consultant based in the Netherlands, but active in Indonesia since 2016. And we are working on all kinds of renewable energy projects, on wind and solar. And we have conducted a study ordered by the EU on offshore wind opportunities in Indonesia. So in the coming 15 minutes, I'm going to present to you the results of this. And after that, we're going to have a panel discussion as well on it. So let's start. First, a bit about the EU and our assignment. So the EU aims to support the energy transition in Indonesia, as Harriet already mentioned in a previous panel discussion. And offshore wind is actually one of the focus areas within that energy transition. And for that, we have conducted a study in the past couple of months that's about opportunities of the most potential offshore wind power areas in Indonesia. And the results of this study can be used for the development of a roadmap on offshore wind in Indonesia, hopefully conducted in the future. So, topics for today. We have assessed 6 offshore wind sites, and for each of these sites, we did an analysis of the potential offshore wind areas within that site, and also have looked at the infrastructure conditions for offshore wind. Secondly, is it still working? Then it stopped. There it is. We have looked at the power demand and supply. Of course, if there is supply, you should also have demand. And thirdly, we have looked at the future of offshore wind in Indonesia. There it is. Right. Before we go into the results of the analysis, some basic assumptions we have used within the study, starting with the average offshore wind speed being above 6 meters per second. That's a bit the standard threshold, but we actually have looked at higher wind speeds than that because offshore wind really requires that. Secondly, we have looked at fixed bottom offshore wind with a maximum water depth of 60 meters. You also have nowadays floating wind. I'll come back to that later. But for our study, we just looked at fixed bottom. And thirdly, we looked at a reference offshore wind turbine of 6 megawatts. It could be more, it could be less, but that's for our analysis. We've used the same one for all the studies. And we have excluded shipping routes, protected areas, subsea cables, these kind of things in our study. So let's dive into it. Yeah, we have a bit of a delay here, bear with me. So these are the 6 offshore wind sites we have. They were predetermined, so ranging from Sumatra all the way to Timor. Also Sulawesi and Java were analyzed in our study. And we're first going to start with the Aceh area, so that's in the western part of Sumatra. This is the area that we have analyzed, which have a wind speed above 6 meters per second. Actually states below, but it's above 6 meters per second. As you can see here, the water depth below 60 meters, it's quite deep area as you have around this site. So we have excluded those. And also a lot of shipping routes there near Banda Aceh were excluded, of course, and which eventually resulted in this red area of potential offshore wind. And there's a close grid connection nearby 50 kilometers from there, which is the closest opportunity to evacuate the electricity to onshore. The original ambition within the study was set at 258 megawatts for offshore wind. But actually, we were able to already put more than 400 megawatts of offshore wind in this site, consisting of 66 wind turbines. And this wind farm can produce a gross amount of more than 1,600 gigawatt hours per year. So how much is that? Well, that's an equivalent of more than 300,000 Indonesian households. So that's a very enormous amount. After that, we have looked at where would a marshalling port be suitable to construct such a project, because you need very large components to be shipped to this area, so you need a marshalling port. So for all the sites, we did such an analysis. I will show it once, but we did that for all the variables for a port, and we've looked at would we be the most suitable port. And the result was that the port of Belawan, which is also in Sumatra, is the most suitable marshalling port for such development. It has available space, but it can become a limiting factor in the future still. So an expansion of the port area might be required still. Then we go to the next sites, which are all in Java, which is Banten in the west, then a bit to the east, that's Garut, and Banyuwangi all the way in the east in Java. So this is the area. Let's first start with Banten. Here it is. So there's a very vast area with good wind speeds in the Banten region, above 6 meters per second. However, because the tectonic plates there, it goes deep very fast. So that's quite a limiting factor in this area. And there's a very dense shipping routes going across or around the peninsula in this area. So these needed to be excluded. But in the end, we still had a very large area that could be analyzed for offshore wind development. So we have a northern area and a southern area around the peninsula. The original ambition was 550 megawatts, but we could have put more than a gigawatt of offshore wind in this area. And it's for two possible locations. And the first one, the southern part, it's more than 3,500 gigawatt hours per year of production, which is equivalent to more than 650,000 households. And even the northern part is a bit higher, equivalent to 700,000 households. So these are really enormous amounts, and that's very useful because it's in Java where the majority of the people of Indonesia live, of course. Then we go to if we look at the marshalling port, the port of Tanjung Priok, which is in Jakarta, is the most suitable one in terms of all these variables we have analyzed to be used as a marshalling port. Then we go to Garut, which is a bit east of Banten. They still have the good wind speeds as in Banten. However, what you see is that the water depths are really a challenge there, because it's really where the tectonic plates are close to the shore. So that's quite a limiting factor. Also, the shipping routes are a bit problematic here, because all the ships pass by very close to the shore. But still, there is a net area where we could place offshore wind turbines, as you can see here. And the original ambition was 150 megawatts, but we were able to put double the amount of that, 300 megawatts of offshore wind in the area, which is more than 1,000 gigawatts hour per year, equivalent to 200,000 households. And the port is also quite a challenge here, because there's no suitable port nearby. So also the port of Tanjung Priok in Jakarta is the most suitable one for marshalling for the construction of the wind farm. Then we go all the way to the east, which is Banyuwangi. A very interesting area, because that's between Java and Bali, where the air is actually becoming more dense because of the two islands, compressed between the islands, raising the wind speed in that area. So that makes it quite interesting. However, it's also a very deep area. There's a very deep sea strait there. And therefore also used a lot for shipping, as you can see here. So it's very dense shipping routes. But still, there is a good area left. If it is working, yeah, there it is. You can see in the red area. And the original ambition for this area was not that big. We had... Yeah, there it is. 75 megawatt originally set as an ambition for this area, and we were able to, maybe I should stand somewhere here, I don't know. Sorry for the delay, people. 270 megawatt we were able to put in this offshore wind farm, which is equivalent to more than 220,000 households. So this is still, although it's not that big, it's still a very interesting area with high wind speeds, and it's between Java and Bali, so electricity could be evacuated to either islands. So that could be, makes it quite interesting. And the port of Tanjung Perak is the most suitable port for marshalling for this wind farm. Then we go to another island, which is Timor. There it is. That's near. That's at 5, and that's within or nearby the city of Kupang. Yeah. So we have quite okay, good wind speeds here, above 6 meters per second. The water depth is a challenge. However, if we look at a specific area, which is also excluding the shipping routes, because they're quite dense in this area as well from Kupang. But there's like a inlet within this area, as you can see here in the red mark, which is very interesting. You have shallow water depths and you don't interfere with the shipping routes. And we were able to put quite some wind turbines in this area. And the original capacity was set at 52 megawatts, because it's not such a big island, so they don't have a very high power demand. But we have increased it to 300 megawatts. If you could combine it, for example, with industrial development, then it could be a very interesting location. And the port near Kupang is the most suitable one for this area as a marshalling port. And that's the port of Tenau. Let's continue to the last location, which is Sulawesi, as you can see here in the south of Sulawesi. And it's a very interesting location because the only 2 onshore wind farms being built in Indonesia are actually located in this area as well. So it already states how good the wind speed is in this area. But it's also suitable for offshore wind, as I will show you, if the presentation allows me. So you can see here the wind speed is very high near shore. So onshore, but also near shore, and even better than near shore. Is this helping? Yeah, I think so. I'll stand here. Where is the receiver of this? Well, I'll do something like this. I'm almost finished, so I'll be fine. So as you can see here, the water depths are also quite deep here around Sulawesi, and there's shipping routes going across. But still, there's a very interesting area still left. The original ambition was 300 megawatts, or 360 actually. But we could have placed 470 megawatts in this area, which consists of 72 wind turbines, and it's equivalent to more than 580,000 Indonesian households. So that's really an enormous amount. And the port of Makassar is very suitable as a marshalling port for this offshore wind farm. So these are really, from a supply perspective, the possibilities for offshore wind here, but you also, you need demand, otherwise you would not put it there. Some considerations here is that the expected power demand for whole of Indonesia until 2035, for all the adjacent islands to the wind farms I've just shown you, they actually are outpacing the potential for offshore wind. So we are not that worried about whether the demand will be there or not. And it's also important to understand coal phase-out is something of a topic for the coming decades here. And that means that if you start phasing out coal-fired power plants, you need to replace it with something of a similar scale in terms of gigawatts. So that could be a very interesting element in that as well. Furthermore, industrial zones and the metal industry could be including potential demand centers, and then we're talking about maybe a captive or still on-grid solution in combination with offshore wind. However, it's good to understand that at this moment in the RUPTL, so the procurement plan for renewable energy by PLN, wind energy is limited in the RUPTL that is currently there, which is just 600 megawatt. And actually offshore wind is not included at all at the RUPTL. So that's still something to be done. And then maybe good also to look at the future. So the future of offshore wind in Indonesia. If we can come to the conclusion that the areas, the 6 areas we have investigated, they have the technical potential of over 3 gigawatts. And that's just fixed bottom. If we look at floating wind, then it could be even more. and these areas are close to future demand centers and can be connected to the grid and have mostly suitable ports nearby. But what is next? That's technical potential, but of course you also want the financial potential. So there's a strong need for LCOE calculation, so the levelized cost of electricity is how much it actually costs to produce kilowatt hours there, which includes a full cost analysis of the A to Z development of such a wind farm. Furthermore, there's not a regulatory framework yet for offshore wind. It's not existent, just for offshore oil and gas, but not for offshore wind. So that should be made to make this feasible as well. Thirdly, strong incentives to make it financially competitive is also quite important for the offshore wind development. For that, for example, a true cost comparison on the fossil fuel alternatives. If we take health costs into account, avoided health costs actually, emissions, impact on the environment, which should really lead to a realistic electricity pricing. Because, for example, at this moment, the coal electricity is artificially low because of a coal price cap that's been introduced here in Indonesia. So it's not a true cost comparison. And that should be done to really determine whether offshore wind is financially feasible as well. And lastly, the development of a local supply chain is in general very important for Indonesia, but just as important for the offshore wind sector, because if you can produce components of offshore wind farms locally, or the jackets, then you can save a lot of cost, of course. You have a local labor development here, and then offshore wind could be a very interesting and attractive market for Indonesia as well. This was my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and please raise any questions if you have to. Yeah, thank you.
Check. Thank you, Bren. Thank you for staying on the stage because you'll be one of the contributors, the panelists. Please sit on the panel chair right next to me, please. Bren, if you don't mind. Thank you. Okay. By the way, I saw a few people actually trying to capture the information that's presented by Bren. In case you miss out or you didn't quite catch all the slides or all the information, we already prepare all for you. You can get the information from the standing banner. If you can see on the right-hand side of the stage, you can see a standing banner. So mostly your presentations is there. So when we have a break later on, you probably can go and explore it yourself. Okay, so I will invite the second moderator to lead the second panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming the head of EuroChem Energy Working Group, Mr. Thomas Wagner. Thank you for joining us, sir. Along with the other two speakers today, please show your big enthusiasm for Bapak Niko Priyambada. He's the head of development from UPC Renewables. And the last speaker on this second session, please welcome Chris Amanta, business development manager from Saipem.
All right. Well, we've already been introduced, so thank you very much and welcome to the stage. I'm Thomas Wagner, head of the Energy Working Group at European Chamber of Commerce, so that means I'm basically coordinating all the members in the energy space that we have at the European Chamber. I'm of course familiar with the energy sector and with the renewable energy sector, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert in offshore wind. That's why the presentation I think was very useful, and I suppose most others here are not, because offshore wind of course is something still rare in this part of the world. I think maybe to start the conversation and also to avoid interrupting the conversation later, I suggest maybe, Nico, you said you want to discuss 2 or 3 slides quickly from your side. Are we going to do that first, maybe?
I have a little bit of presentation. I have shared it with the committee, but I'm not sure how.
Do you have them? Else we will just continue. Should we just continue, or do we have the slides? All right, so while they are maybe still looking, we have seen that you have identified quite a lot of potential for offshore wind in the big picture. I have a couple of questions that I will follow up later. Maybe we can first continue now with you, Chris, from SAIPEM, to tell us a little bit about why you are here, because that's not necessarily obvious. And I think there's also some interesting story to talk about Indonesia's role in the offshore sector.
Okay, so first, on behalf of SAIPEM, we are very much delighted to be here. Thank you for being invited and be part of this discussion. So maybe I could start briefly to explain about SAIPEM itself. So SAIPEM is actually an advanced technology and engineering company. We're focused basically on design, construction, and operation of safe and sustainable complex infrastructure and also plants. We are mostly known based on our activity in the conventional energy, but so as such, with our background, we see that this renewable energy and especially the wind farm energy, we can obviously involved in each part of, in the whole in the project cycle, which means we can support all the project from the early stage of the project itself, which means the pre-FID until the EPCIC phase. And we're doing it all with our internal expertise. So, and in the offshore wind farm itself, we are actually working globally for prestigious projects such as NNG in Formosa 2. So we are already start to be part of it. Actually.
I think maybe we have to go 2 steps back. Like I say, I'm not an expert in wind, and most here are not, especially in offshore. I think it's important to realize that for offshore wind, we have significantly different infrastructure needs compared to wind turbines installed on land. And what you were talking about is basically providing much of that infrastructure. SAIPEM is traditionally an engineering company for offshore drilling rigs, pipeline systems, and similar equipment. And my understanding is that what you're getting involved in now increasingly, and with production in Indonesia, is to actually provide the platforms that these wind turbines can then be installed on, as well as the infrastructure to put all of that in place. And that's interesting in 2 aspects. One is it's in Indonesia.
Correct.
And the other one is that it is basically an upstream energy transition, right, from the oil and gas sector towards the renewables. So maybe can you elaborate a little bit more on what that actually means, what you're doing here in Indonesia?
All right, so
for that
industry.
For
this industry, basically, so as it's presented right now here in the screen, we are actually present as IPAM. We're already in Indonesia since '95, and in 2009 we started to own and operate this yard. It's located in Karimun. So in this facility, which is among of the yards that SAIPAM has, is the biggest one, we fabricate one part of the wind farm, which is the jacket itself. So here we, as our background in the offshore and oil and gas industry, we have the expertise to also fabricate this item, which is part of the whole system. We have, there's a difference definitely between the jacket that we fabricate for oil and gas due to technical. I think it's between the dynamic stress and also the static stress, so it will be a different welding system and etc. But in past of years, in the recent years, we have created such a line of fabrication dedicated for this offshore wind farm jacket, and our aim is to create a hub that could provide this product in this sector in Indonesia, and our ambition is also to become to provide it for more worldwide projects by then.
As we know right now, there is no existing offshore wind farm in Indonesia. So, are you already making these rigs now and where are they going?
Yes, we already made we're involved in the two projects, which is NNG. I just pronounce it because I don't know how to spell it, and And then the other one is Formosa 2. NNG is in the UK. I think it's by EDF, and Formosa 2, it goes in Taiwan. So we fabricate for Formosa 2. Maybe if we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is what we're building in our yard. This is Formosa 2. So we fabricate the whole jackets for the wind farm around 47. And in the next one, for the NNG, we also fabricate the jackets as well. It's around 30-something jackets.
All right, so that's very interesting that Indonesia is already involved in the offshore sector now by providing equipment all the way to Europe. I think you mentioned UK projects. So some of the equipment is already made here. And of course, it would be very nice to also use it in the country directly. I think maybe with that, we will have a further discussion later. Maybe let's move on to Nico.
Thank you.
I don't know they identified your slides already or not, but I'm sure you you can share a little bit anyway. Of course, we all know that UPC is one of the few companies that already has implemented wind, albeit not offshore. But you also mentioned that today you are mostly speaking on behalf of METI, so maybe you can share a little bit of what your perspective is on where the offshore wind is going.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity and introduction, Thomas. I appreciate the invitation. I would like to begin by saying that today I'm representing METI, or the Renewable Energy Society of Indonesia, and not speaking on the behalf of UPC. So rather than speaking about offshore wind turbine projects, I would actually speak about onshore wind farm projects, because there's still a lot of things to do and achievements to increase the capacity of onshore wind farm projects in Indonesia. As you guys have realized, we have 2 wind farm projects built already, operating since 2018 in South Sulawesi, as mentioned by Brent earlier. However, we understand that these 2 wind farms have given a concrete evidence that wind power works in Indonesia. It could provide clean and renewable energy powered by wind, and could provide and kickstart new industry in Indonesia. However, development and incorporation of new capacity is very slow, and I would like to highlight some of the observations that METI have made, and how we can increase or accelerate the contribution or onboarding of additional capacity of wind power in Indonesia. Next, I'm just going to focus on a few slides. So in Indonesia, we develop renewable energy projects in wind farm based on these policies and opportunities. We know that we have a 23% energy mix target in 2025, which is coming up fast. And then we also have the Paris Agreement commitments. We also have the net zero emission program, which is supposed to commence or be achieved in 2060. And also the ETP, which would contribute to the net zero emission programs, and all of the other regulations in place to support that. Next, please. However, in the electricity provision business plan, or as we know as your RUPTL, a program that is usually issued annually by PLN and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, there is only less than 600 megawatt of wind farm capacity planned until the year of 2026. That is very small considering the capacity of wind resource that is available to build wind farms in Indonesia. So please note that these are all onshore wind farm projects, and it doesn't include offshore wind projects yet. But considering the small capacity, I think we need to be concerned to add more capacity, because the availability of resource, and also the benefit that wind farming can bring to Indonesia to replace some of the fossil power that we currently use, or 85% of the power generation in Indonesia. Next, please. I think in the end, the target is to bring feasible, bankable, and sustainable project. Next. Next. And to bring a feasible, bankable, and sustainable projects, we need to have terms and conditions that will help the project reach those targets. We identified some issues in the current procurement process that may create projects, wind farm projects that are less bankable, because there were some terms and conditions being placed in the RFP and the PPA. One of them is called ACE, or Annual Contracted Energy, where the buyer will limit the capacity of power to be produced from a wind farm in a year, and they will not be required to pay or purchase the produced electricity if it exceeds the annual ACE cap. The second one is the predicted capacity metric, which is a mechanism that is put in place to give a forecast of how much energy could be produced from the wind farm at a certain time, based on the availability of wind and wind direction. And there is also the plan, or the desire to remove proceeds from renewable energy instruments such as carbon credit, so that the developer no longer receive benefits from that. That definitely creates additional risk and unbankability to developer, and rather than accelerating the onboarding of new wind farm projects into the Indonesian electricity system, it could potentially slow it down. So next. And we have also identified further challenges that are less severe than the 3 main points that I have presented on the previous slide. This is still associated with ACE, as I mentioned before. The purchase of power will be limited on the cap that is agreed on the ACE. And then on local contents, fortunately for wind farm projects, local content is not regulated very strictly right now. And considering that there is already a company that is making turbine towers in Indonesia, we could get a pretty high local content percentage, which I believe from the construction of the Sidrap wind farm project in South Sulawesi, we managed to reach a high 30% or low 40% just by incorporating the local turbine tower production into our wind farm construction. The next one would be...
Sorry, the local what production?
Wind farm?
No, the local tower, or what did you say?
It's a company called Kennertech.
No, what I mean is, you were talking about the tower, I didn't understand the word.
Oh, wind turbine tower.
The tower, okay.
Tower, correct. So outside of the nacelle generator blades, the tower that we use for the construction of the wind farm originates from a factory which is in Indonesia. And then some more of these items in the presentation shown on the screen, like local content, and then arbitration site, and then the ability of the buyer to suspend payment during audit period, and then matters associated with government force majeure that is only liable for the developer. They cause additional bankability issue and more risk to the developer to build more wind farms in Indonesia. And the next one is my last slide. We can pass this one. And we believe to be able to mitigate these issues, we should be looking at the projects or quota that is currently registered in the RUPTL. Make sure that these projects that are ready to be procured, to be built are projects that are really ready. They have all of the requirements so that once the projects are procured, they could be delivered on time as the COD or commercial operation date schedule have suggested. And then we also need to prepare or develop more standard and transparent PPA because it could help with negotiation between the developer, the IPP, and also the buyer, and try to remove terms and conditions that are not helpful in making the PPA more bankable, such as the annual contractor energy terms and conditions. And then we could also streamline and simplify all of the permitting and licensing process, simplify and streamline the land acquisition process, and then provide additional investment incentives that will reduce risk in the beginning of the project. And once the investment incentives are given, do not stop them in the middle before it ends. And lastly, the developer should be given any regulatory updates that would be impactful to the life of the project, so that if there are changes in the regulation that potentially create negative impacts, the developer would be ready to find ways to mitigate that. I think that's all for my presentation today. Hopefully it would give you a bit more understanding about the situation for wind farm or renewable energy development projects in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Apart from the challenges that we have discussed many times over the course of this conference and previously, talking about the potential side. So Brent basically just came up with a list of 6 locations, in total roughly 2.8 gigawatt, if I'm not mistaken, in installed capacity for offshore alone. Is that a number that surprises you, or something, I don't know, you knew the study, but that would have surprised you, or is it smaller than you thought, or what is your thought about that number? 2.8 gigawatt of wind offshore, Nico now, potential.
Well, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, MEMR, identified that there's a potential of 9.3 gigawatt of wind resource in Indonesia.
Is that offshore or onshore total?
I think that's total. And the RUPTL even identified a bigger number of 60.6 gigawatts. So I think that's a very logical possibility for the sites that Brent have identified. And it would definitely be a very positive achievement if we can build all of those sites.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will ask Brent the same question, but how do you, as METI or as a developer, feel free to slip into whatever position you like, how would you compare the attractiveness or the investment in offshore or onshore wind? Of course, offshore is perhaps technically a bit more challenging, but there are also land issues, for example, that don't need to be solved. Do you have, well, how would you compare the two? What are the benefits of having offshore as opposed to onshore project?
Yeah, like you said.
Wait, Brent, before you answer that, I'm curious what Nico thinks about that.
Oh, actually, I have to speak on the behalf of UPC this time. We're actually looking at the possibility of developing onshore projects based on the positive benefits that you mentioned, Thomas. So there is a lot of challenges or hurdles that could be avoided by developing offshore projects in Indonesia, considering that for people who have been in Indonesia for quite a long time, perhaps in the past decade, they would realize that land acquisition is one of the critical points, one of the choke points for developing projects in Indonesia. By eliminating that particular hurdle, then it would definitely benefit the project. So, and obviously, considering that the wind condition in Indonesia is affected by the availability of season, being offshore will provide better wind condition because there would be no obstacles that would prevent the wind, and definitely giving a better production of power and more efficiency.
All right, Brent, now the same question to you. You did the study. I know as a European that offshore wind is, at least in Europe, more costly to build. And already with onshore wind, we are struggling in Indonesia to get a viable business case. So I'm curious, you know, what was the idea behind focusing on offshore wind? Or no, of course, it's an initiative also from the European Union, but I'm sure there's a reason behind that, and maybe you want to share a little bit about why we think that offshore makes sense in Indonesia.
Yeah, it's a very valid question, of course. And the answer really lies in the scale. If we look at the potential for onshore wind in Indonesia, Indonesia is not a very windy country. So it has hotspots, like we have Sulawesi, we have a couple of in Sumatra and on Java. But the capacity you get from that areas, maybe 200 megawatts, that's a bit the maximum you would get out of onshore wind. But the challenge for Indonesia in the energy transition is much larger than that. We're talking about really multiple gigawatts, tens of gigawatts of renewable energy that has to be placed on the grid if they want to become net zero by 2060 or earlier. And then offshore wind can become a very interesting option, because then we're talking, like I showed you in the study results, there are sites that can include maybe even a gigawatt of offshore wind, and then it becomes very interesting, because that's that makes a lot of difference, especially also if you start phasing out coal. So it's really in terms of scalability. Land use, very important one, especially if you look at Java. I mean, every square meter here in Java is occupied. You're lucky if you can still put some wind turbines or solar PV here on Java, but anything else you should look offshore. As long as there's no transmission system between the other islands, and you want to supply Java with renewable energy, yeah, I would say definitely look also offshore, and not just offshore wind. We also have strong beliefs that a combination of offshore wind and offshore floating solar as a hybrid system could be a very interesting solution for Indonesia.
Okay. I want to check if there's any question from the floor before I otherwise continue the conversation for the next couple of minutes. Do we have any? Is it going to be with the? All right. Okay, so we actually do have 2 questions. If there are others, you know how it goes. Scan the QR code and input them. Can wind power plant implemented at the mountains, considering Indonesia has many of those, yes? What is needed to increase the 600 megawatt maximum allowed amount by PLN to develop renewable energy in Indonesia? Well, obviously, in principle, wind can be installed in a mountainous area, but I guess the question is more linked to what you said about offshore. So we do not have a lot of land available in Java where most of the demand is. So the idea is, if we want to decarbonize, the only way to do it is outside of the land, offshore. And of course, the mountains are also rarely used for habitation or agriculture. So maybe the question is, how viable is it to get capacity into unused land in the mountains? Is that something that makes sense? I don't know, you can comment on that, Brent, but maybe Nico has something to say about that. Like uninhabitable mountainous areas, that's suitable for wind development in principle?
Yeah, maybe in general, indeed, higher in the mountains, the wind speed is a bit higher. It's also a bit tricky because there's a lot of fluctuation there, but mountainous areas are interesting in general. I think the CEDAR project also is in a quite mountainous area. However, to get there, you need a lot of infrastructure, you need a lot of cut and fill to put your wind turbines there. So it's much more challenging and therefore also costly and raises your LCOE. In the end, it's a business case, right? So if you can produce electricity onshore for a higher amount than offshore, yeah, then you have a comparison. But let me say in general, it's not a competition between onshore wind versus offshore wind versus solar. I think in the end, we need an energy mix of everything. So let's not focus on one particular technology. Let's do it all together in parallel. Really support onshore wind, support solar PV, and we also hope for offshore wind in the future. So.
All right. Can you comment on the second question, Nico, but very briefly, please, about basically what is needed to push PLN to accept more renewables? That is a huge field, but maybe you have an answer in, let's say, 3 or 4 sentences.
Well, this is going to be entirely my own opinion. Exactly. But I think we need to give additional confidence to PLN that wind farm projects is a dependable project that will provide electricity, green and clean electricity, without endangering or creating problems to PLN's grid. The variability of wind farm project is making PLN wary about onboarding more capacity into the PLN grids, and if that issue can be solved either by adding battery storage system, I believe that PLN will be more willing to increase the capacity of wind farm project into the Indonesian electricity grid, and perhaps we can come up with pricing that will be agreed by either parties so that it will provide projects that will not disbenefit anyone. I guess that would be my opinion on how to onboard or add additional capacity beyond the 600 megawatt that is currently placed in the RUPTL right now.
The other two questions are generally addressing the environmental impact of these offshore projects. Do you want to say a few things about that? So there's, for example, one question is regarding the connecting cables. I suppose obviously they would generate heat, but I've never heard about that being an environmental issue. Maybe it is. And of course, we all know about the whale and dolphin problems from noise. Do you have any comments on that, how significant or solvable that is?
No, well, not me personally. I'm not an expert in that, but I know there's a lot of expertise from this in Europe that really look into the environmental impact of offshore wind farms. The question is a bit like if there is an opportunity actually that the fish will come to the land because of the heat. I'm not sure if that was the intention, but no, but it is something, of course, your environmental impact for any renewable energy project is very important to investigate, to minimize any negative effects. So that's all I can say about that. And maybe the last question about the Kalimantan province, whether there's an opportunity. The wind speed is a bit low in that area, maybe very close to the south part of Kalimantan. That could be still an opportunity, but yeah, in the end, it's a business case decision. So yeah, I see a hand here in the front. Maybe somebody can get a mic there as well.
Sorry?
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, I think I can, yeah. Better you have a mic. But please, quick, yeah, that's why we have the...
Thank you so much. My name is Rizal. I'm a board advisor and also a project manager of Move Venture. I just want to ask the questions about the local context that just touched from the three distinguished speakers about the local context itself. I mean, like, how you guys represent your company and deal with the local context in terms of how you foster the project that you are going to establish in one particular area, especially in your working area itself. Like, how you deal with that. Of course, in establishing a project in one particular area, we will always have conflict of interest, for example, like dealing with the local context in terms of law enforcement and anything which, of course, in that context, we will face, for example, like conflict of between institution itself. And how you guys deal with that? Thank you very much.
You mean we as Europeans or we as developers?
The speakers, the developer. Or if you guys, if you have an answer as well, you may also answer with that.
Okay, we already mentioned the local content possibilities. So Nico mentioned the local availability of the actual towers. Of course, all the civil structures like foundations and earthwork and roadwork is obviously local. And then of course we have Saipem, who not only produce local content for potential offshore projects here, but even exporting the equipment already to foreign projects. Maybe you can add a little bit on, you know, what's currently holding you back from even expanding further? Is it a lack of demand globally or a cost problem? Maybe you can talk a little bit about what would it take to produce even more of these facilities here?
Yes. For Saipem itself, because considering you said the local encounter with low regression with the surroundings, people's surroundings, so because our activity is executed in our own yard, so it's a closed area which we can easily control. We liaise with the local government. Definitely we have CSR in place. So in that sense, for us it's manageable. In terms of the local content itself, let me just say for the two projects that we are executing in our fabrication for NNG and for Formosa, in terms of man-hour, for both projects it's around 11 million man-hours for the whole projects. When we translate it to the number of person involved, it's around 6,900, in which 95% of it are local workers. So our challenges, we can say, to maintain those 6,000 plus people, which already has the special professional skills in fabricating the jackets for the offshore. So we hope that if we have more pipeline of projects continues, we can maintain those people, and then we can maintain in continuously training those people to be more efficient and to be in safety manner, let's say.
Before we close the session, I don't see any further questions. There was one question about microgrid. I think that's going to be a little bit too much off topic to discuss now. But I know that companies are developing microgrid projects for wind as well as solar in Indonesia. But before we close the session, maybe I want to give an opportunity. Any last remarks that you want to make before I recap?
Yeah, offshore wind development, that's not what you do within 2 years. If we know the lessons from Europe, easily take 10 years for it to start actually. So we should actually look at what do we want to achieve in 2033, and that means start now. Start now with doing pre-feasibility studies, starting to make the regulatory framework already, because it needs to be in place once we are there. So let's not wait until we have figured it all out, but at some point you need to start and think 10 years ahead. So that's my point.
I guess the last thing that I want to add to the audience is that we know that we have capacity that is given an opportunity to develop and build in the RUPTL or the roadmap. We want to increase or accelerate the bidding or procurement for the project so that additional capacity for wind farm projects could be built in Indonesia to further show evidence that this new renewable energy project will work, provide stable and, what is the word for handal? Stable, sustainable power generation system so that it would give more confidence to our utility company PLN so that we can build more larger capacity projects in the future, starting onboarding offshore wind farm projects that may only be possible to be built in larger scales because of the various limitation on the tariff that it's possible in Indonesia. So I think by improving the current regulatory system for procurement of the project, we would be able to accelerate more capacity on board of wind farm projects so that it could lead to development of offshore projects that will provide power in a more economical way and replace the fossil fuel that we use for our current power generation.
Okay, from our side, we can see that Indonesia's interest in the renewable energy is very keen, and we know it has been applied similarly in other countries with more major economy in the region. So we believe with the steps that have been done from the government, from the EU as well, so there's many steps that have been done, and we believe it will create more favorable environment for this investment. And from ourselves, SEPEM, we are in the front line with our expertise to enhance the development of the of the local content in this sector, as we have start to create this new professional skill in this industry, and we believe that we will contribute as well. We can contribute as well to the Indonesia's net zero.
All right,
target.
very good. Brent, one last question. Roughly, what's the rule of thumb number in terms of US dollar per megawatt installed for offshore in those near offshore projects that you mentioned? European context.
Difficult to answer. Maybe Eric, my colleague, will come on stage on the next presentation. Maybe he can answer that, because it's no. Well, let me not say anything about that. Eric may be able to answer that. Yeah.
All right, but it's safe to say that 2.8 gigawatt would, of course, be billions of investment.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Recapping in just 1 minute, my takeaways are that there is much more offshore wind potential than I had expected. In my brief conversations that I had with developers previously, the discussion was maybe about 200 or 300 megawatt, which is 10% of what Pondera have now identified as potential. That would be a significant possible contributor to decarbonization. The electricity has to come somewhere when we finally start switching off coal-fired power stations. Also, we have to start developing that now, because just getting these projects ready will take 10 years, and that's approximately also when we start reducing power generation from coal. So it cannot wait until 2030 something. We already have local manufacturers for the offshore market currently exporting, and what a shame is that if we would not be able to actually use these products in the domestic market. Those, I think, and very interesting for me that it's actually an oil and gas offshore company providing these offshore jackets. So there is a transition for the industry, the labor, the expertise from fossil fuels towards renewables. Now, let me conclude this session. Thank you very much for joining me on the stage today. And you can see Team Europe is here to do offshore as well in Indonesia.
Thank you to all speakers and moderator for your participation. And again, let's have a family picture together. Okay, come forward to the center. It's very awesome to see everyone still around. The camera ready? Okay. Hold on. One moment. Great. Hopefully with the strong and continuous support from Team Europe, Indonesia can see a brighter path for a cleaner future. Awesome. It's good to see everybody still here, still full tables, and hopefully you all will stay until the end of the programs today. We won't have any break in between this session and the next session, but why don't we do a little exercise? But don't worry, I won't ask you to do any backflips or handstand, just a bit of a stretching exercise, okay? If you can follow, because sitting down for too long, it might affect the wellness. So you can do while sitting down, so just rotate the neck, back, for 3 counts, anti-clockwise for 3 counts, chin to the chest for 3 counts, chin facing up the ceiling for 3 counts, and stretch your hands forward, both hands forward, tighten until you can feel the stretch, and then put your hands back, both hands. Open chest and stretch your shoulder. Do you feel better? Great. Okay, let's continue with the next session. All right. On the third round of panel discussion, we will take a look at the best practices from the EU for the development of a suitable regulatory framework for the development of offshore wind energy in Indonesia. Well, we all know the role of government in the energy sector starts from the policy. Given this importance, developing policies for the energy sector should consider many factors and of course have to accommodate inputs, suggestions, recommendations from multi-stakeholders. But before we start, just like the previous session, we will collect all the questions at the beginning, which will be discussed later on at the session. Okay, we're going to pop up again the QR. Please type all the questions down and we're going to explore it later on. Okay, I'm going to before I invite the speaker, we're going to hear some key messages that's going to be delivered by the Director of Pondera. Please welcome Eric Arends.
And thank you very much for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak to you. As said, I'm from Pondera as well, as the previous speaker was too. My colleague Brent. Thanks, it's even better. Pondera is a renewable energy consultancy focusing on renewable energy projects. We're doing that for over 15 years now. Solar, biomass, wind energy, onshore, offshore, battery storage nowadays, conversion to hydrogen, etc. And especially also offshore wind. So that's the topic of today and also of my presentation. Thank you. Okay. Well, the EU gave us an assignment in looking at the best practices in Europe and see what they can mean for the situation in Indonesia to help Indonesia proceed with the development of one of the renewable energy sources, namely offshore wind. And well, before we do that, we will look at some differences between Indonesia and Europe, because you have to keep that in mind if you compare countries or regions. The starting point, of course, is different. So after that, we will take a very quick look at the history of offshore wind and then start with the lessons learned or the experiences in Europe and what it says, what it can mean for Indonesia. And I'm asked to do it very quickly to catch up a bit with the time schedule, so I will go through it as quickly as possible. If you look at the contextual differences between Indonesia and the EU, first of all, the wind speeds are different, are lower. That's something to take into account. Indonesia has coal, cheap coal. It's somehow a factor you should also take in consideration, because if you have cheap coal, why use renewables? Then, of course, the level of economic development is different. The situation of PLN is different from the open electricity market in Europe, with all its characteristics. The grid is decentralized. You have all these islands that are not connected, instead of a European situation with interconnection between countries. And industrial strengths, there is no extensive supply chain available. For example, the supply chain, marine supply chain for oil and gas was transformed into a supply chain for offshore wind in Europe. Well, the same can happen in Indonesia, but the size is different, I think. Having said that, you still can wonder why develop offshore wind. Well, I think this is addressed thoroughly in the last session, so I will skip that. It is a large-scale renewable energy source, and Indonesia needs all, I think. Well then, go to as I said, the history of offshore wind in Europe, and of course I can easily talk for about an hour about that. I will not do that, but it is important to take a look at that because it took quite a while. It took more 10, 20 years to come to the point we are now in Europe when it comes to offshore wind. And the good thing is that learning from the experiences there means that Indonesia does not have to invent a wheel again, but can start with all good things and all the things that are developed already, including, of course, the technical development of wind turbines, etc. In Europe, it started also with an open policy, and all the developers took the initiatives, and gradually a system was developed in which the government took the lead, and that was really a changing point because that enables to have a more efficient use of the sea area and come to very large-scale offshore wind farms. And having large-scale wind farms means taking advantage of the scale of wind farms, and that drives down the costs considerably. If you look at the steps you have to take to develop offshore wind, well, you first of all have to get a vision and a policy and targets for offshore wind development. Without that, you will never start with development in the first place. Then you have to plan and select offshore wind sites. You have to get some kind of tendering, of procurement process in place, and then you can have the construction of wind farms. Well, keep that in mind. I'll come back on that later. Well, we looked at different countries in Europe, and you can more or less divide them in front runners and countries that are a bit later in the development of offshore wind, but coming alongside very well right now. So Denmark, the Netherlands, Germany have a lot of wind already installed, and countries like France and Spain, etc., are coming up right now. Yes, France is mentioned like 0 in 2021, but there is already 500 1 year later installed. So it can go very quickly once you have a good policy in place. Well, the best practices, I will not go through all these bullets because it will take a lot of time. You can read them over there, and I can imagine that the PowerPoint presentations will be distributed later as well, made available. But what is very important in the development of offshore wind in Europe is that there is a marine spatial planning process which really takes all the interests at sea into account. And by doing that, you can solve a lot of difficulties you can encounter later on in the development process. And you also can make large areas available for dedicated offshore wind development. And I think that's something that it should be done in Indonesia as well. If you don't do that, you leave all the initiatives to the developers, you will end up with a scattered development process with small wind farms and an ineffective use of the space available. Another thing is that there is a clear roadmap in place in Europe. Different countries have published roadmaps, and they keep to these roadmaps. So that means that developers know where they're up to, so they can prepare for next steps, they can prepare for next tenders to come, and can do the investments that are needed for that. And the same applies to the supply chain. What you see is once there is a very steady rollout published, and the governments stick to that rollout, realize it accordingly, you see that many companies start investing in the supply chain as well. And I think it was very good that the lady of Saipem was here, because that shows that Indonesia has the potential to develop a supply chain themselves, and even can use the supply chain for economic growth and deliver in the wider region. It's not only for Indonesia. Offshore wind is a very international business. Well, I would ask you to take a look later on to all the bullet points, because it would take, as I said, a bit too long. The recent adapters, the countries that came a bit later in Europe, has put some more interesting lessons forward, like, for example, an emphasis on job creation. tackling permitting issues, a very important factor as well to speed up the whole development process. Allow fair competition. Be cautious on local content requirements. They should be very realistic because otherwise they will block the development as well. So if you take all these points into account, you get more or less a framework of how the policy should look like and what you should put in place to come to offshore wind development in Indonesia. The current regulatory framework in Indonesia is, of course, not dedicated to offshore wind because offshore wind is not in the policy plans. But there are some connection points you could see there. For example, there is a marine spatial plan that can be expanded to also incorporate offshore wind as well. You have, of course, the RIPTL list, no offshore wind in that, but it can be incorporated too. And so there are more connection points. But I think that it also asks for some specific laws and specific regulations. That's something you see in European countries as well. There are laws for wind at sea or decrees for wind at sea. Maybe the new renewable energy law can have a appendix on offshore wind in the future in Indonesia. Well, how could the pathway to develop offshore wind in Indonesia look like? Well, first of all, I think long-term planning is key, and a planning you should stick to, so not change every year, but really make it for a 10-year period and enable developers and supply chain companies to invest in that and be prepared. I think something I had not mentioned yet is that offshore wind is a very multidisciplinary business because if you go at sea, you face many different interests like shipping, fisheries, ecology, etc., mining, and you should take that all into account when you dedicate certain areas for offshore wind. So that asks for a task force that incorporates many ministries in Indonesia. Marine spatial planning, already mentioned, is a very important part of it. Coming to a good permitting system, and as has been done in Europe and in many other countries, it is very good to have 1 or 2 pilot projects of considerable size, for example, a few 100 megawatts, so that you have some advantage of scale and you can learn what it takes to really develop offshore wind. So before having a complete tendering system in place, it's very good to start with some pilot projects as well. After and parallel to that, you can start with building up a tender system, an auction system for offshore wind areas. And finally, that leads to the construction, hopefully. My last slide, some most prioritized recommendations for Indonesia, I would say, is develop a long-term planning for offshore wind, develop a marine spatial plan, create a task force with many different ministries involved. And that's not an easy process. Also in European countries, it took quite a long time to get everybody in the same direction. Plan and execute a pilot project, and then parallel to that, create a suitable tender model. Thank you very much. Maybe I may invite the moderator for this session. You can do that? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking over my job. But you may have a seat on the panel chair, which we have prepared for you, sir. Just next to me. Okay. Okay. Mr. Eric won't be alone. I will invite the moderator first. We met him earlier. Please welcome the Deputy Head of JETP Secretariat, Bapak Paul Butar-Butar. And our speaker for the third round of panel discussion, please put our hands together for Mr. Frederick Draps from Ashurst. So our speaker and moderator today, we will will share their experience on developing offshore wind project in Indonesia, the potential and perhaps the drawbacks. Over to you,
Thank
Paul.
you, Ibu MC. Thank you everyone for still still staying with us here. And I know we are having quite a short time before you let's say protested to us because of the lunch. But we have already some interesting discussions about wind. The presentation of Brett, that's really interesting in identifying about 6 sites with a total of 3 gigawatt, and the colleague from UBC mentioned the potential or the list that is now is only about 600 megawatt. But if you actually check what have been prepared by government in the RUKN, so there are a big potential of hydro listed in that RUKN. This draft RUKN is actually open for public last time, and you will see that there will be big development in wind project. It is not specified whether it is onshore or offshore. Also, the message that you sent previously about the PPA and so on, some of them is actually ongoing. As part of the JETP recommendation, we put some recommendation on how the PPA should be, let's say, done, or what kind of issues need to be included, and also the procurement also is now being improved by PLN, and they are now working on standardized, let's say, RFP and also standardized PPA. Then the suggestion to establish task force on wind is now actually being done. So there is working group on wind that working on evaluating the regulatory issues on wind. So, but thank you for the recommendation. We will have some discussion later on that. But before we go to the question and answer, I would like to ask Frederick to introduce himself and us first. Please, Pak.
Hello, thank you very much, and thanks, Paul, for this introduction. My name is Frederick Draps, and I'm a partner with the international law firm Ashurst, here based in Jakarta. I've moved to Indonesia actually in 2012, so it's coming to 11 years, and before that I was working in Europe and also spent some time in the Middle East, and was fortunate to work on some of the very early stages offshore wind projects in Europe, in my native country of Belgium. I'm Belgian and Danish, actually 2 front-running countries in the offshore wind space. And I worked on kind of 3 large-scale of those initial stage offshore wind projects in Belgium with a total capacity of 1 gigawatt, which gives you an idea of the scale, because that's one of the main aspects of the offshore wind vis-a-vis onshore projects is scale. And these projects also have a certain level of complexity. So as a younger lawyer at the time, it was highly interesting. Also, it was a novel industry. So it was very interesting and exciting projects to work on. Then fast forward, moving to Indonesia in late 2012. And then there was quite a gap there, where I was mainly advising on large-scale thermal plants. But then, and that's a connection, I think, to one of the things I'll speak about, fast forward 2019, then offshore wind came, or 2018, to Asia. And I was fortunate enough again to be involved on some of the early projects in Taiwan, and then now in Japan and other countries. A quick word about Ashurst. Ashurst is an international law firm. We operate out of offices around kind of main financial centers and markets in the world. One specificity is that out of our 2,500 lawyers, a good third of them are really specialized in energy and infrastructure, which therefore kind of allows us to advise on some of the most important projects in the markets we work in.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for insight on what we are doing at Ashurst. So, but you have already seen how the regulatory issues been established in Indonesia, and especially we are now have to take reference on the Presidential Regulation number 112, where there is, let's say, on wind part, there is always saying they only put wind. So, and now the Minister of Energy actually has started to do reviewing as part of the presidential regulation. It says that they will have to review the pricing every year. So what would you suggest in order, especially when we look at the wind potential in Indonesia, what would you suggest in lieu of this reviewing? What need to be different with the previous one? So I will ask Frederick first.
Well, I'm not a commercial person, but one thing which we note and we advise a lot of sponsors also coming into the market, the prices now under Regulation 112, so it's a system of ceiling prices for most of the technologies, including wind. Those ceiling prices work as a maximum, as the word says. They need to be viable. They need to. There is indeed location factors that allow for some form of maxing up or flexibility. But what we hear, and we hear it in relation to wind particularly, is that the ceiling prices are fairly low. Now, in relation to offshore wind, for example, because of the complexities, but also those complexities goes with advantages also, those prices do not work simply. So they would need to be specific ceiling prices for offshore wind. In most of the markets that have launched an offshore wind, because it's a new industry, you cannot compare it to ground-mounted onshore solar, you need a certain level of support at the beginning of the program, and all countries have done that. And the most straightforward way to do that was to implement feed-in tariffs for a certain period of time, and then move to auctions with ceiling tariffs.
Thank you. Eric, I have another question to you. So, as Frederick mentioned, we have the ceiling, right? So how it was in Europe? Did you do also? Did you put the feed-in tariff as in the solar in the past, or how it is evolved on the regulatory perspective in Europe?
Yes, you could say that there was a feed-in tariff, not completely a feed-in tariff, but a lookalike of that, and it was in the beginning at a price level that was very realistic, and very stable for years to come. So the investors knew beforehand that it was possible. They could do calculations, they could do their homework, that it was in the end possible to construct a wind farm and for the price that would be received for the power that they delivered. And that enabled them to do all the preparatory works, because compared to, for example, solar, but also onshore wind, the costs you have to make in the development process are much higher. You have to go offshore, you have to have vessels that do geophysical and geotechnical surveys, do wind measurements offshore, and that takes tens of millions for just one offshore wind farm. And there's no problem with that if you know that you can earn it back later on. But it should be very predictable and stable and at the right price level. And what you saw is that by doing that in Europe and keeping that for over the years, the development of the supply chain really progressed, and that drive down the cost tremendously. So we started at, let's say, 16 cents, euro cents per kilowatt hour in 2016, and now it is around 5 cents or something like that, maybe even lower than that in Europe per kilowatt hour. Of course, the wind speeds are high, so that drives down the costs as well, so you cannot one-to-one compare with Indonesia. But the message is that if it's stable and it's realistic, then it is really boosting the development, not only of the wind farms itself, but also of the development of the supply chain.
Thank you for that. So you mentioned that the price will be about 5 cents per kilowatt hour, right?
yeah, or even lower in Europe. Yeah.
What would be the size in order to get this kind of tariff, 5 cents? Per size capacity?
Of a wind farm?
Yes, offshore.
Well, a large scale. It's definitely needed for
How
that.
large is large scale?
Well, nowadays in Europe, the tender rounds are around minimum 500 and up to 2 gigawatts a time.
Okay.
That's not necessarily needed, but it should be more than 500 a time, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. In this case, when we would build onshore wind farm in Indonesia, so thinking about the regulation on biodiversity and that it is managed by different agency in Indonesia, for example, what would that mean for the regulatory aspect, especially on this? You understand Indonesian, right? So perizinan berbasis risiko, so this kind of things.
So licensing is really one aspect, and the support in relation to licensing is critical because you are in the marine space. There is this additional complexities. Also, offshore wind projects are offshore, but there's also the transmission to onshore, so it combines offshore and onshore. So definitely, again, all the countries, and one particular example is, and has been the front runner kind of country in Asia, Taiwan, maybe to the surprise of some of you. Taiwan has developed consciously a program, an offshore wind program that got started in the mid-2010s. Also drawing on the examples, they didn't want to reinvent the wheel, and so drew on a lot of kind of precedents and good practices from Europe. And one of the specific aspects that was indeed facilitated was all around the permitting and the permitting process. In Taiwan, because it's a densely populated country, and that is also what has driven them to decide and to go for offshore wind on a massive scale. Like in Java, there's very scarce kind of densely populated island. One of the frameworks was facilitation of permitting at sea. There's a lot of fisheries around the coast of Taiwan, and one of the aspects was to provide confidence that the permits would be delivered on time.
Thank you very much. I have another question to Eric. Again, this is about large-scale wind project, right? And then I remember when there was the development of a wind farm in EU, then people start thinking about the birth. And then when you go with the offshore, for example, what do the fishers would think about?
You mean the impact on ecology, like on fish and
impacts
birds?
on fishers on the livelihood of fisher.
Okay, yeah. Well, there were big concerns in the beginning that it would impact fish and even the fish larvae, etc. When piles were driven into the seafloor. So a lot of research has been undertaken in that field, and we as Pondera have been part of that as well, because we started 50 years ago, and it was the pioneering phase of offshore wind. And it turned out that the impact on fish was very, very local. So just a few 100 meters around the pile that was driven, and beyond that, there was no impact at all.
What about the seagrass? Seagrass and other biodiversity below?
It's only the impact of, let's say, the diameter of the foundation, which is maximum several tens of meters when it's a jacket. So it's very local, and it's not extending over a larger area.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to apologize because of the time. We will not be able to get questions from the audience, but feel free to approach these gentlemen during lunch if you want to ask more questions. But I have my last questions to you both, actually. To start with the development of offshore wind or wind farm in general, as I mentioned, there will be a big portion of wind in the RUKN, including in the JETP scenario, actually. So what would be your advice? Although I mentioned there is already a working group working on that, but what would be your inputs to the working group? Each of you, and use that as the closing statement as well. Thank you.
Well, the advice would be to me to look for a very stable setup of targets and planning of the real rollout of wind energy. So not making it like a could be or a would be picture, but really try to make it as feasible and realistic as possible. And another thing maybe here to mention is the importance of taking all relevant stakeholders into account as well and make them a part of the process.
Thank you. Frederick?
So I think, and again, the same kind of requirements have proved, to apply to other markets. It's a stable scheme and program that requires, in every market, that has required fairly additional specific legislation on offshore wind. All the countries have done it. And if Indonesia has even done it for rooftop solar, it means that it's probably also needed. It's to fill those gaps in relation to the utilization of the spatial, the sea space. Targets, I agree. Another aspect, of course, is local content. We've discussed about it. Not setting right away too stringent requirements that cannot be fulfilled. It was very pleasing to hear that there are already actually local sources of equipment and materials that can be used in offshore projects. So probably a certain level is possible, but most countries have not set right away absolutely unrealistic because that puts investors away. And finally, I think it's the offtake, because of course there can be on-grid PLN offtake. That's a clear option. These are IPPs, but there's also a lot of potential for industrial offtakes, and building that into the scheme from the start would open up a lot more opportunities.
Thank you, Frederick. Ladies and gentlemen, wind farm is not only onshore but also offshore, will play a significant role later on in the renewable energy market in Indonesia, especially when Indonesia would like to go for net zero by 2060 or earlier. In the JETP scenario, we put it under JETP. Under JETP, we will target net zero to be reached in 2050. And there will be significant amount of the onshore and offshore wind actually to be developed. And a lot of investment will be needed. And I think this will be, let's say, a good opportunity for everyone to play with, to invest in, and because especially if we don't want to have coal anymore in the or fossil in our power system, then we really need to go with renewable, and all type of renewable will be part of the energy mix in Indonesia. With that, please give applause to our speakers. And thank you very much. I will give back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Paul. I'm sorry to interfere the session because we're running short of time and I could see some noise, rumbling, screaming hungry. Thank you. May you all please stand up. We're going to have a group photo together. Cameras ready? So on the third round of panel discussion, we gained a better perspective. Yes, you all may return back to your seat. Done? Thank you very much. Thank you. We've gained a better perspective on offshore wind energy, its potential, some drawbacks, and also the regulation associated. Now, before we go on a lunch break, I promise this is going to be a quick one. I have one small activity for you. So all the people in this room probably know that it's hard for us to individually or directly influence the regulation. But ultimately, if the demand from the people is strong enough and the opportunity for Indonesia to grow by implementing that policy is large enough, which is going to have an enormous impact on the land, for the environment, and for the people, then people's aspirations can eventually push the regulators to develop the right policy framework. So in the next 10 minutes, we're going to have a roundtable discussion just among you on the table. The mechanism is each table will assign one key person to answer the question. And the question is as follows. What can we, the people in this room, do to build support for the energy transition in Indonesia? So please have a group discussion just around the table. And later on, I will ask the key person to share one or two recommendations in relation to the development of, in particular, offshore wind power in Indonesia. So are we agree if 5 minutes is enough for the discussion? And for the next 5 minutes for sharing your thoughts and ideas, okay? 5 minutes starts now. Thank you. Okay, so we can see the question on the LED screen. What can we do to build support for the energy transition in Indonesia? You may also input the answer by scan the QR code on the screen, so all of us here in this room can see the answers. So if you don't mind, once you have come up with a summary of thoughts, you have question already? Okay, can you type it in via the Slido? That's the code that you can scan on your browser. And we still have okay, 3 more minutes to go.
missing
Unfortunately, the time is up. Can we continue? Yes? Okay. Okay. I will give the opportunity for the floor to express your findings. Okay, there are three from the front row. Okay. Runner, can you help? Okay,
Thank
ladies
you.
first. Okay, so we'll give the opportunity for the lady with the
Okay.
black dot dress.
Okay.
Would you
Thank you
please
for-
stand up, introduce yourself, and perhaps which institutions you're from?
Okay. Thank you for our table. I represent both of us here. My name is Wiwit Taher. I am a consultant, trainer, and I'm also a teacher, and I'm also a businesswoman, and I'm also a model for hijaber. And then
Multitasker.
for both of us in our table agreed that currently for Indonesian people, we don't have to do the energy transition yet. We thought that we all agreed here that for now, for the time being, Indonesian people should better do or change the consume behavior first, rather than talking about the energy transition. Why? Because here in Indonesia, we thought that, and we believe, based on our empiristic experience to ourselves, the most important thing that we have to do in Indonesian people is, is to do the efficiency for the energy, energy consumed. And we also have to do, what else I forgot, sorry. I'm a bit old. The efficiency and how to use the energy smart ways. Because, when we are talking about the consume behavior in Indonesia, when we pick from our daily activities, most of us, I do believe that we all are agreed here that most of us, we are mostly consume energy, more than we have to use it. So the best thing is for us, for now, for the time being, for Indonesian people, is using or change the consume behavior rather doing the energy transition. That's all.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, okay, So basically, instead of shifting now, you're saying we have to change our behavior first because most of us here use more energy than what we need. Okay, thank you, thank you. So next.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Muhammad Rizal Sahanun, and recently I represent Move Venture. So we have a discussion about what can we do to support the energy transition in Indonesia. So basically we have several, but I would like to emphasize it to be more concise. The first is raise awareness because it's very important to educate the public about the benefits of renewable energy, such like a forum like this. So everyone can get the information about what energy transition is, renewable energy, and other things that we can even contribute together with how aside from what the government itself. And the second is engage the community. So it's very important to involve the local community in the decision-making process, where we gather them in order to discuss, to listen from them about their perspective on how we could foster the energy transition for the better Indonesia itself. And the third is collaboration with the government. Of course, we cannot even leave the government to work alone, because as a public, as a society or even civil society or organization, even company, we need to collaborate, because recently this is the year of collaboration where the government cannot even stand alone. So we can collaborate. And the fourth is foster partnership. Foster partnership is very important to be able to work together, hand in hand, what the government has and what the private sector has. It is very important to collaborate together. And the next is the demonstrated success story. It's very important to talk about the success story that have been done by those who involved in a transition, energy transition in Indonesia, like what we have done previous day, that some of the NGOs that work in a energy transition, they try to announce about the success story that have been done in several branches in Indonesia, and it become one of the fact that we can believe that the transition of energy in Indonesia could can be achieved in the 2035. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive answers. There are 6 points as far as I can remember. Is raising awareness, educate the public, and then engage the community, collaboration, and then partnership with the government. And the last one is partnership. The last one is? Okay, demonstrate the success story, because there are so many. If you don't mind, can you send it through to our through Slido so everybody can see? Okay, last one.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Good morning. Hi everyone. So that regarding to the global energy transition in Indonesia, well, my name is Hendra Manurung. I am lecturer and also that a researcher in Indonesian Community for European Studies. I'm here with my friend Denny, and also that another one maybe that's still having a coffee break. So that is regarding to the, this kind of the critical issue. Of course, we should not only generating the public awareness, but also that, as we also discussed yesterday about the critical energy crisis, we know that fossil energy cannot be depend anymore. As we know that we are talking about renewable energy that needs to be increased, generate 24%. I mean that only 11% that fossil energy will be used. So that regarding to this, of course, the second one, we need to progressively, revolutionary concerns with this kind of the energy, scarcity. We know that we need also that investors, we need also businessmen. We do not need only government. Government is only talking mambo jumbo nonsense. So that is, as we know that this is, of course, we need people, partnership programs that can be empower people mindset and also change mindset. That now we are living, in the terms of the 21st century, that we need to concern about the sustainability of our
Okay.
energy transition development. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
we got your
moderator.
point. Okay, talk less and do more. Okay, thank you. Okay, for those, okay, I'm sure there are so many people wants to express your thoughts, but don't worry. We will have this interactive wall on the right side of the stage. You can see here. We will we will give you the opportunity to actually make some recommendations, share your ideas, your thoughts. Okay, there are two key questions here. If you don't mind, please write down your ideas on what kind of opportunities can actually energy transition bring to Indonesia. And the next one is similar to the question that I just throw to the audience. What role would you like to play in supporting Indonesia's energy transition? So feel free, you're more than welcome to put your answers, to write your answers down on the wall. But before that, one last thing, I want to show you some answers that people from the audience actually sent through Slido in regards to what kind of support for the energy transition that we can build in Indonesia. So these are few answers that's coming from the floor. So there are collaboration that's already mentioned, public awareness that's already mentioned, involve youth organization, shift to electric vehicle, use a bicycle in your daily activities perhaps, and then small companies to join. Energy efficiency, that's probably from Ibu Emi before. We have to change our behavior. And then infrastructure development, you can see all the answers here. Explore new technology, use the public transportation, and then again, education and awareness, that's already been mentioned by Mas Rizal earlier. Educate SDGs awareness, okay? Human capital empowerment, okay. These are all the great answers from all of you. Thank you very much for your active participation. And I can hear the grumbling sounds, noise louder and louder. So I think we agree if we take a quick lunch for the next 45 minutes. So, okay, we're going to have lunch for 45 minutes. Please be back at 1:45 p.m. because our fourth session will start promptly after lunch. So let's agree to come back before or at 1:45 right here in this room. So enjoy your lunch. Happy networking, happy mingle, and we'll see you soon. And don't forget the interactive wall once again, okay? Use your time to contribute, okay, to some of the questions that's been brought up. And please enjoy, and we'll see you again.
Kenapa? Yang gini kan lu tadi digini-giniin. Iya, makanya tadi gue tanya kenapa.
Karena kalau kayak gini rapotnya
Nah itu 11 nyala.
lunch and ready for the next session because we have more exciting things to come. So on the next session, we will discuss about the EU lessons learned. Just like the previous session, you are welcome to drop your questions as we move along with the discussion. Okay, the QR code is going to pop up anytime soon. So to commence the fourth round of the session, we will see a short clip presented by the Director and Head of Program Climate Policy at Delphi, Dennis Tansler, who's going to share the lesson learned on the transition of fossil fuel-dominated regions towards more sustainable economic activities, which tailored to the Indonesian context. Please enjoy.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon to Jakarta.
Hi, Dennis. We can hear you.
Yeah, wonderful. I was informed that my slides will be shared from the room, so please let me know. If not, I can also try to do my best to do this from here.
Okay, I think they're working on it. So meanwhile, just maybe welcome from my side. So we are running a little bit late. Sorry for that, but thank you very much for being here. So we will start talking now about energy transition. You've not been here, unfortunately, during the last day and a half, but we've had a lot of good discussions on, energy transition in general. What's happening here in Indonesia with the JET-P? What does it mean that a transition is just, and so on. So. We are not starting from scratch, but we are really keen to hear your presentation and your experiences from Europe. So please go ahead as soon as the presentation comes online.
Yeah. Thank you, Henriette. And I was able to listen a little bit to the last 45 minutes, and I already found it very interesting to see how, the investment perspective also get together with those requests for, to put the just in this whole just and energy transition process. So that was already very interesting. Thank you. And I can see my presentation right now. So I would like to start, and we'll then, I will like to start, and then we'll let you know when the next slide can be shown. Exactly. So that is what we have been covering in the last months in order to compile and to prepare scoping paper on the different experiences with just energy transition processes in Europe. So that is from a starting point the role, of course, of this just in the energy transition process. We have selected member states case studies that we will summarize, or I will summarize very briefly for you. The role of the EU is obviously very important, and we see some options for our Indonesian partners to also based on some concrete recommendations, what may be some of the learnings that can be applied to the Indonesian context. So next slide, please. And next slide, please. So to start with, what makes it JET just is, and that is what I also noticed was already part of your discussion, have been part of your discussion today, is energy transition is obviously more than an economic development plan or just the implementation of ambitious climate targets. It's as we can see also from our research, a just approach means that an energy transition must be affordable and sensitive to the most vulnerable population in the respective countries. That is, the just energy transition is one that provides opportunities and quality green jobs and can also contribute to the alleviation of poverty, most ideally, and also to balance social inequalities. And this is based in the full involvement of societally relevant stakeholders. We will see from the case studies that this is something where EU member state partners can offer some insights here. Next slide, please. Because when we go to the literature on the social and economic aspects of energy transition process, but we can see what research found so far is that there are some key elements. You should actually see them on the presentation at the moment. We will come back to them again. One is the role of long-term policy planning. Another is the comprehensive and appropriate stakeholder engagement. There needs to be instruments and mechanisms in order to promote economic and social empowerment, and also ways to provide dedicated funding, especially when it comes to the role of different regions that are quite affected by the energy transition process. So we also try to identify, are there, as we refer to it, vertical integration mechanisms to include the regional level, what is normally an overall transition process pretty much defined by the national level or even by international climate policy targets. And one of the key aspects in order to guide this transition process is a sound communication. It's a transparent communication in order to make enable all the different affected stakeholder groups to be up to date with the most recent development. What is the justification? What is the role of those that are potentially winning and those at least preliminary losing from the energy transition process, and what needs to be done in order to further explain the overall objectives and means of implementation of this transition process. So we turn our attention with the next slide to the EU member state case studies, and we can jump into Denmark as one of our three examples. Denmark, the country with a long-term commitment to energy transition. Early on with also the establishment of local wind cooperatives already decades ago, but also more recently with the climate law establishing a 70% greenhouse gas reduction target by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. And in this overall process, they have been a strong link to the phase out of the fossil fuel related industries, to the setup and promotion of renewable energy industries. And one feature I would like to highlight here is that, and that is very, I would say, typical also for the country, is this consensus-based policy-making process. So this transition process has been informed by a broad stakeholder involvement, not only talking about the industry and civil society, but also by dedicated councils like a climate council and also a youth climate council, in order to bring in or to reflect on the perspectives also of future generations. I think another feature that we should mention is a regular review mechanism in order to see what kind of progress is there. And as part of our scoping study, you can see this on the next slide, we try to always give examples of a concrete regional example. So in this case, in the case of Denmark, it's the port of Esbjerg, where you also can see those examples of this long-term policy planning, which also means then for the port here to move away from a more oil and gas extracting view to a new prospect, which is also supported by the Danish government with significant funds, and in order to establish this as a hub also for offshore wind energy. And this has been working quite dynamically in a way also as one part of the story because of the strong stakeholder engagement where all the society areas have been involved, and also universities and research, the private sector, the pension funds, in order to promote further significant investments into the region based on this idea that there will be this can be a hub for green technologies in the future, and also set up of dedicated institutions like the Offshore Academy. So this overall funding that has been provided is a mixture from government support and, as I said, private bringing in private sector investments through pension funds, and I think that is also one interesting way. But it also has to do with the overall partnership to try to join forces with neighboring countries, because this to set up this kind of industry in this region also benefits from a similar view in the neighboring countries, that offshore can be one of the solutions here. So let's move over to the next example, Germany, on the next slide, where we have also have a long tradition on the so-called, or long history on trying to promote the Energiewende, the energy transition, also with some pioneering policy regulation, with market incentives for renewables some time ago, but also with some stakeholders in the more traditional industry, the coal industry, with some with a strong role in the overall societal and economic discourse. So the overall guiding process in order to promote this energy transition was pretty much also guided by and that is my main point here also on the next slide, the creation of the Coal Commission back in 2018 in order to really enable this example of a long-term policy planning. So there's a clear target set at that time to phase out coal by 2038. The stakeholder engagement can really be characterized being broad in the Commission, because we have was a partnership between the government, different industries and civil societies, research, but also the affected regions in the area in order to come up with more sustainable solutions. And economic and social empowerment has been a key here, with the affected regions giving funds for local projects. Also the attempt to establish new research institutes in the coal regions in order to bring in science and education here, and also dedicated job training programs as a key element also. On the when it comes to providing funding mechanisms, I already mentioned the regional funds, but I think it's also important to see that in order to promote some of the solutions, there have been a connection to also the trade of certificates from the emission trading elements, in order to use that for dedicated projects and compensate for stranded assets. So last example, but maybe one of the most striking ones overall, is Poland, heavily dependent on coal, both for supply and employment. Of course, the phase out is an overall contribution to the EU approach to climate targets as part of the European NDC, and this comes together with significant political, social and economic challenges in the country. But as you can see also from the Upper Silesia region, as an example, there multidimensional partnership. Sorry, next slide, yes. A multidimensional partnership, also including the EU, has been the key in order to gain some progress. And I know, I think you already had representative from Poland describing a little bit the situation this morning, and I can also see that overall, especially in 2022, there have been at the national level quite some advancement when it comes to the use of solar power and also wind energy. So it's when it comes, I don't know if you can see the presentation, but the case of Upper Silesia coal region is quite informative, because here is also the element of a long-term policy planning comes into play also, and I think that is also inspired by the national approach to replace coal with offshore but also nuclear as a potential option with a stop and go a little bit in the progress. But we can see also that this is also a partly subject or the result of the profound stakeholder engagement. Also, unions play a key role in the overall discourse in Poland. So there have been quite some government investment also in the respective region to enable early retirement opportunities, and also to set up funds dedicated to low emission economy on a regional level in order to promote progress there. And I think the key is also this strong partnership with the EU in order to see to what extent can existing funding mechanisms for just transition can be used also at a regional level. And I think it's fair to say that EU funds play a vital role in this, for example, in the Silesian region, though there is a strong role by the European Regional Development Fund coming in with about 3 billion euro, and together with the European Social Fund Plus, and there's also another role with nearly 2 billion euro for the Just Transition Fund from at the EU level. So that is accessible for the regions, and the Marshall Office is the one publishing one of the first territorial just transition plans in order to making or in order to promote this overall transition process in the respective region. So since I already referred to the EU level, we may move over. I'm not sure if you are currently seeing the presentation, which seems not to be the case.
We are seeing Silesia, now we are moving to EU.
Ah, yeah, wonderful. Okay, because I think that is what I.
Okay.
Has been a key for the long-term policy planning. The EU already started decades ago to try to be to serve as a leader, also for setting ambitious climate policy targets and renewable energy targets. If we think back to the year 27, 28 with the 2020 approach, but also then following in parallel the setup of the EU emission trading system with first with a test phase, but then with the different phases, and also with the expansion with EU ETS2 to involve other sectors, and the Fit for 25 package. They all play, of course, a role in order to further form the vision and implement what is referred to as a Green Deal as an overall policy vision. And I think I mentioned already that there are some funding mechanisms available: the European Fund for Regional Development, the European Social Fund, the Invest EU Just Transition Scheme, and also the EIB as with a loan facility plays a significant role here in order to promote what regions in the different member states can do in order to implement a sustainable energy transition process. And with that, I don't think we can move to the state of play in Indonesia. I'm pretty sure that you have had the chance throughout the last days again and again to refer to this overall state of play, with also ambitious climate targets in the country, also the major role of coal, obviously, but I think also to highlight again that there is the potential for using renewable energies. Offshore wind is the topic of the overall conference, but I think also in addition hydropower, geothermal energy or solar have quite some potentials in the country. And of course, and we can see this also from the examples in Europe, we need to turn our attention to those regions that are more dependent when it comes, for example, to employment. They are more dependent on coal than the others, and they are quite, next slide please, some numbers available for the overall important role in East Kalimantan, in South Sumatra, and also in North Kalimantan when it comes to the overall role of coal in the job market. So I think that can be also the bridge to argue that we, based on the scoping study, we can formulate some recommendations. We suggest 5. Yeah, next. And again, next slide, and then we are, yeah, there we are. We have 2 slides on recommendations. So what we, and this will also sum up my presentation, we are talking about the need to establish strong governance mechanisms to manage, coordinate, and plan for the just transition process. Here, it's also to include a sectoral perspective, also to support local governments to also being able to plan and administer this transition process, and to build up capacities in this regard. There is a strong need for integrate energy, climate, and sustainability planning, also to ensure that new opportunities in the green economy can be realized. This is about de-risking some of the renewable energies to make them to create a level playing field, but it's also about certain dedicated institutions. We refer to the Coal Commission in Germany, also the role of the councils in Denmark as important elements in order to guide this integration process. It's as a third of 5 recommendations, it is of promoting the workforce development to support workers with the skills, the training, and information they need, and also to then establish decent jobs beyond the more traditional energy landscape. And I think in an overall narrative, it's what we can see in Europe, it's very important to make this a responsibility, of course, of the government, of the overall society, and not make the potential job loss the responsibility of the respective workers. And this is the last slide, 4th and 5th recommendation, we also would go deeper into the details of what this means in terms of enabling the access to respective funds also, and how to promote internally that you can use, that you can establish springboards for the local and regional development of new technologies, be it in the offshore industry or in other areas, do so through dedicated funds, and try to join forces with the private sector also in order to enable broader investment schemes, and also use green budget lines to this end. I will stop here because I think I already quite took my time, and I look forward to the discussion and the reflections of my partner panelists in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And if you don't mind, please stay with us until the end of the session. Let's continue straight to this next panel discussions. Once again, please welcome back Henriette Vargerman, who's going to lead the 4th session of the discussion today. And of course, all the speakers, we have 5. Being the first one, please welcome the Trade and Investment Agency from Embassy of Poland, Representative Cezary Filipek. Thank you for coming, sir. And please join me in welcoming Bapak Agus Tampu Bolon. He's the project manager for CASE IESR. And the next speaker, please welcome the Regional Development Planning Agency South Sumatra, Bapak Brilian Faisal. Joining on the stage, Bapak Noveri Nuzuluddin, Regional Development Planning Agency West Kalimantan. And our last speaker for this session, Aldiza Nurahmat Artama from IKI JetCR GIZ Indonesia. Please shower all the speakers and our moderator your appreciation. Okay, so just to inform you that some of the speakers will present in Bahasa. So if you need, please utilize the interpretation device that's already available on the table, or if you don't have it, just raise your hand and I'll get someone to pass it on to you. Okay, Henrietta, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for everybody for being here and still being ready and active. Thanks, Dennis, for the presentation. I think it very nicely set the stage for the discussion that we are going to have about some of the experiences that Europe has had and how that can maybe be useful for Indonesia, and then trying to have a discussion around possible next steps and where we will go from here. So, as you can see, we have a big panel, so I will start by giving a first few minutes for each speaker to just introduce yourself very briefly, and then you have maximum of 4 minutes to give your views, and then I will ask you some questions afterwards. So I will start with you. Sorry? Yes, it should come normally. Start by saying your name.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much actually for being with us still after lunch, yeah? That's great. So my name is Cezary Filipek. I'm actually Deputy Head of Polish Investment Trade Agency, which is separate actually agency from Embassy of Poland. But we are working very closely. Yeah? So I just would like to give you a couple of information if you have a presentation, because what I'll share a bit of personal also experience. I'm from Poland. I was grown, raised in Poland, then lived in Ireland, which is also interesting perception on Europe, and then moved to Indonesia. And I believe Poland, we can share a lot of experience with Indonesia, how we transit from actually coal, really dependent economy to a bit diverse. Yeah, Just here you can see very beautiful facts about Poland. If you travel there, fantastic country, lovely cities, lovely nature, and if you go there you will be very impressed with the place. But if you went there 30 years ago, it was a very different place, yeah? It was a very different place. Poland until 1989 was a communist country. We struggled in a lot of different ways, but one of the biggest factor probably was a coal-dependent economy, very polluted economy. But the coal played a major role in our country. Yeah? As you can see, in 1990s, they have over 70 hard coal mines. 400,000 people work in them. And it has a significant impact on the economy, not just as a workplace, but it was actually a place where all the communities, people were living together, and it had much more impact than just a work, yeah, which I will touch later on. We all worry what happens if we start going away from the coal and resources. But this is also the evidence what Poland has done, of course, because of the EU. You know, I have to always stress this out. If we didn't join EU, these results will not be like as they are now. So it was very, very important factor that helped us as well, stimulate as well Poland to transit and change. But of course, we as a country also realize this is the direction, yeah? So if you look at last 30 years, unemployment dropped, 15 to 5%. GDP, it's one of the highest globally. And also very important factor when we talk about the transition is the human capital development, yeah? So while we educate ourselves, while we educate the society, then everybody start understanding this environment is much more than just economy and numbers, yeah? It's about our quality of life. And this is just the example that through the transition, which we still have a lot way to go, we can achieve also good economic results, yeah? What makes Poland different as well, and I think this is interesting, we don't try to focus just on one renewable source, yeah? So photovoltaic, wind energy, solar or biomass, but also most recently developed quite actively hydrogen, yeah? And if you just look, I'm not going to go through all this fact because of our timing, but the point is just to show that this diversification is also very important, not to be reliant of only one source of renewable energy, but incorporate it and have it a holistic view on it. And finally, again, the hydrogen, this is something I believe it's the cleanest energy of the future, and we in Europe as well strongly believe it. Poland is actually the third largest hydrogen producer. And you know, this will have a significant impact of our cities' transportation and on. So this is just a very quick, when we move later on, how the mine and the land can actually be transferred to the green zone. Yeah, I will touch on it a bit later on, because these landscapes, if you went there, they are just horrible. Yeah, it's like a moon or Mars or even worse. And this actually can be transit and a beautiful place full of greenery and even public parks, right? And the project is quite ambitious. We really want to transfer most of these mines to green places, yeah. And that's all from me for the introduction. Thank you very much, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Really nice story and really nice pictures. So thanks very much for making it so concrete. So next I will give the word to you, Agus.
Thank you. I don't have a presentation.
Not that, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as introduced, my name is Agus Tampubolon. I'm currently a project manager at ISR. So ISR stands for Institute for Essential Services Reform. We are a think tank / NGO based in Jakarta here. We do a lot of research in the topic of energy transition. So how can we help Indonesia shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy? In ISR, we started to do more and more research about the energy transition, particularly just energy transition, since 2019. 2018, we touched upon energy transition. Moving forward, we dig deeper into the just energy transition. Recently, we launched a report about lessons learned from the coal-producing region about the just energy transition. That's what I want to share with you, the two findings that we have. So, first one is that it is important to define what is the social cost, I mean, from the just energy transition. When we talk about energy transition, usually the prediction or the planning is about the capital cost, operational cost to build the power plant. But when we talk about the just energy transition, there are other costs that comes with it, such as the social cost. So it is something that has no specific formula yet. It varies from one places to another places. So there is still a big homework in this area. The second finding that we found was the lack of data. To make such a good economic modeling, all sort of modeling, you need a lot of data. So this is some gap as well that can be filled. I also manage a project called CASE. So CASE, Clean, Affordable, and Secure Energy for Southeast Asia. Under this project, we want to see the perception of the people about the energy transition. What it means is we want to see in the media how people perceive the topic of energy transition. CASE itself started in 2020. So we try to monitor all the reportings about the energy from 2020 until 2020. The reason that we have is until 2022, so a 3 years time span. During these 3 years, we saw there is an increase in the energy transition discussion, but not yet so much in the just energy transition discussion. So what I want to say is just energy transition is relatively new in Indonesia. There are still many things that we need to discover together and figure out together. That is why with such a framework that was shown by in the presentation, like there is a consistent framework that I saw for the three sample countries, such as the commitment, stakeholder engagement, economic, and funding mechanism. This consistent framework was also something that we recommend in our study, that we need such a consistent framework so that we can analyze better the way of just energy transition in different regions in Indonesia. So I think that will be the introduction from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give applause. Thank you very much. And thank you really for confirming that we do very much see eye to eye on these things between Indonesia and the EU. So next segment, we have two representatives from the regions of Indonesia that actually are facing this situation in their daily life. And so we would like to hear first from South Sumatra and then from West Kalimantan about your experiences, your need for energy transition, and any comments you have on what you have heard so far from the colleagues. Please. And please introduce yourself as well.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Salam kenal semuanya.
Could somebody give us some headphones up here?
Nama saya Brilian Faisal, mewakili Kepala Bapeda Provinsi Sumatera Selatan, Ibu Regina Arianti. Sumatera Selatan terkait energi transisi berkeadilan ini baru berapa bulan, seperti itu Pak. Karena kenapa? Pasca forum G20 di Bali itu Presiden melakukan kerjasama terkait JETP. Ini kami diinisiasi oleh beberapa teman-teman NGO Pak, dari ISR juga seperti itu, dari GIZ bekerjasama dengan ILO, mencoba meramu bagaimana tantangan ini akan kami masukkan ke dalam dokumen perencanaan. Karena di 2023 ini kami menyusun rancangan awal RPJPD 2025-2045 seperti itu. Artinya beberapa masukan dari ahli, dari pakar, akademisi, itu nanti kami jahit menjadi satu bagian Pak. Artinya bagaimana dampak transisi keadilan ini di Sumatera Selatan seperti itu. Pertama, kami terangkan dulu bahwa di Sumatera Selatan sudah ada regulasi untuk rencana umum energi daerah Pak, tapi itu menurut kami harus segera direvisi karena ada beberapa perpres terbaru yang sudah keluar, perpres 112 lalu perpres 1 seperti itu. Yang kedua, kondisi EBT, next, ya. Lanjut Mbak. Nah ini, potensi energi baru terbarukan Sumatera Selatan baru terrealisasi 4%. Sampai saat ini, bauran energi terbarukan itu terrealisasi 21%. Itu juga ditopang dengan kehadiran produksi panas bumi Pak. Artinya untuk potensi-potensi matahari, air, dan biomas, artinya masih belum termanfaatkan secara maksimal seperti itu. Kenapa menjadi penting urgensi transisi energi ini? Pertama, produksi batu bara di Sumatera Selatan itu terus menurun. Namun demikian, Sumatera Selatan masih bergantung terhadap dana bagi hasil dari sektor batu bara. Itu menjadi yang krusial juga seperti itu Pak ya. Yang kedua, potensi ini belum dimanfaatkan secara maksimal seperti saya bilang tadi, dan belum terdispersi ke kabupaten kota. Jadi Provinsi Sumatera Selatan dengan kabupaten kotanya terpisah kewenangannya Pak seperti itu. Jadi sangat disayangkan kabupaten kota tidak memiliki kewenangan yang signifikan dalam hal ini. Lalu yang menarik adalah kami juga sedang menyusun yang dibantu oleh GIS dan ILO konsorsiumnya, itu forum koordinasi daerah Pak, karena terkait ketenagakerjaan. Bagaimana dampak akan munculnya transisi energi berkeadilan ini pada pekerja tambang batu bara seperti itu. Apakah mereka akan menganggur seperti itu, ketakutannya seperti itu, atau ada alternatif ekonomi baru yang bisa menggantikan pekerjaan mereka selama ini seperti itu. Nah itu sudah kami susun draftnya dengan nama si hijau Pak, ada transisi Sriwijaya hijau seperti itu. Nah terakhir dalam rangka penyusunan dokumen perencanaan jangka panjang, jadi per 5 tahun kami juga mempedomani RPJMN, Pak. Dalam RPJMN, walaupun belum disahkan secara undang-undang, namun ada beberapa fase per 5 tahunnya yang itu harus kami pelajari juga seperti itu. Tentunya membutuhkan kerjasama dari pihak internasional seperti JIZ tadi, lalu kemarin juga Pak Timon dari Wuppertal Institute membantu kami untuk brainstorming terhadap apa yang telah dilakukan di Jerman pada khususnya membutuhkan waktu yang sangat panjang, kurang lebih 60 tahun bisa menutup tambangnya seperti itu. Mungkin itu saja dari kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Noveri Nuzuluddin, mewakili Kepala Bapeda Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Mudah-mudahan yang saya sampaikan ini tidak keluar dari rel. Tadi awalnya kami juga bertanya, kenapa Kalimantan Barat diundang untuk acara ini? Sebenarnya di posisi ini saya juga agak bergetar kaki saya. Pertama, adalah pakai bahasa Indonesia, tidak ada slide-nya pula. Tapi insya Allah ada sesuatu yang bisa kami sampaikan tentang proses transisi energi di Kalimantan Barat. Saya juga di awal-awal bertanya, kalau saya cerita tentang keinginan kami mempunyai PLTN di Kalimantan Barat, apakah masih masuk rel? Oke, masih. Jadi saya coba, itu pengalaman saya, bagaimana menggiring perencanaan PLTN itu sampai sekarang minimal kalau membicara PLTN di Indonesia salah satunya pasti bicara tentang Kalimantan Barat. Saya coba cerita dari sejarah. Pertama kali uranium ditemukan di Kalimantan Barat itu tahun 69 di Desa Kalan, Kecamatan Nangaela di Kabupaten Melawi, Provinsi Kalimantan Barat. Dari 1969 sampai di awal 2000-an potensi ini hanya menjadi cerita yang kami ulang-ulang potensi ke potensi. Muncullah kesadaran bahwa kalau ini kita teruskan jangan-jangan nanti generasi berikutnya masih cerita tentang potensi. Yang lama-lamanya jadi dongeng mungkin atau menjadi cerita rakyat. Tapi kami coba berusaha ini harus naik kelas. Apa yang kami lakukan? Kami lakukan itu dengan melakukan diskusi antara stakeholder, diskusi, kemudian kami upayakan untuk masuk ke dalam dokumen perencanaan pembangunan daerah. Saya cerita tentang Kalimantan Barat. Pertama kali kami masukkan di RPJMD Provinsi Kalimantan Barat itu di periode 2003-2008. Di dalam periode itu kami hanya berhasil memproklamirkan minimal, mendesiminasi ide kami ini dalam pertemuan Musrenbang Regional Kalimantan di Balikpapan tahun 2009. 2009 kami baru berani cerita. Dalam perjalanan waktu, ya biasalah dinamika itu naik turun. Kemudian kami masukkan lagi, kami upayakan terus cita-cita ini, masukkan di dokumen perencanaan pembangunan daerah 2008 sampai 2013. Tapi kami berbekal keyakinan, kalau tidak ada lagi yang nolong, insya Allah Tuhan yang nolong. Dan itu mulai Batan melihat kami. Mereka mulai melakukan studi tapak, ada beberapa tapak yang didapat, dan akhirnya kami fokus di suatu daerah yang tempatnya itu di Pulau Semasa, di daerah Pantai Gosong, di Kecamatan Kepulauan Sungai Raya Kepulauan di Kabupaten Bengkayang. Dapatlah kami fokus di situ. Itu berproses. Turun macam-macam. Yang mau investasi, ya. Yang mau studi, ya. Tapi minimal kami satukan draft langkah dulu. Kemudian berlanjut lagi. kawan-kawan dari DEN melihat keinginan kami untuk mengembangkan PLTN itu. Kami lanjutkan di 2013 sampai 2018-2023. Alhamdulillah berproses sekitar bulan Agustus, informasi yang kami dapat dari Bappenas, keinginan untuk adanya PLTN makin melihatkan titik terang. Pertama, syarat untuk bangun PLTN itu harus ada NEPIO. Ada NEPIO itu. Dari 2021, 2022 itu diusahakan oleh DEN. Dan itu katanya, kabarnya sudah. Di antara anggota DEN itu mereka sudah sepakat tetap DEN. Tinggal menunggu pengumuman dari ketua DEN. Siapa ketua DEN? Itu presiden. Itu yang kita butuhkan kemudian untuk state position. Itulah yang kami bilang, dengan keyakinan ada barang ini. Akhirnya ada minimal, habis itu kita ya mungkin beauty contest, Kalbar, bukan Kalbar saja, mungkin Indonesia, salah satu pasti Kalbar yang ini, karena kami berpikir juga apa yang harus kami lakukan sesuai kewenangan daerah. Kami siapkan ruangnya, kami masukkan itu di rencana tata ruang tapak dari PLTN itu untuk dibangun. Jadi kami berusaha sinkronisasi antar ruang itu terjadi. Karena itulah kewenangan daerah. Dan kami sadar bahwa untuk kewenangan pembangunan PLTN itu bukan kewenangan di daerah. Tapi itulah proses kami yang tidak tahu apa-apa sampai itu mulai mendapatkan titik terang. Termasuk tindakan kreatif kami yang kami lakukan. Kalau masih ingat di sekitar tahun 2021 pada saat pidato kenegaraan Ketua DPD Republik Indonesia Bapak Usman Sabta itu dia mengumumkan Dewan Perwakilan Daerah ya DPD RI mendukung pembangunan PLTN di Kalimantan Barat. Kami tentu bersorak, tapi minimal secara politik kami dapat dukungan. Masalah itu nanti ya kita lihat perjalanannya. Kami sampai sekarang masih yakin nanti Tuhan tolong. Oke. Saya melihat apa yang tadi disampaikan ke para panelis, sebenarnya ini banyak yang akan terjadi di Kalbar ini. Tapi saya memberikan apresiasi yang besar terhadap, maaf saya kalau salah, Ibu Lisa kalau nggak salah dari GIZ tentang penggunaan solar cell. Itu termasuk yang jadi prioritas kami. Masalahnya ini kan dalam merencanakan kan ya, ujungnya kita menghadapi keterbatasan, termasuk keterbatasan pilihan karena kondisi daerah kami dan kondisi pemahaman kami. Itu yang saya lihat, misalnya akhirnya banyak kami membangun PLTS, baik yang dibangun menggunakan dana APBD provinsi dan itu dari APBN. Paling tidak saya bisa sampaikan untuk hari ini ada 65 PLTS terpusat yang sudah dibangun, 94 PLTMH yang terbangun. Permasalahannya tadi saya lihat hampir sama, siapa yang akan mengoperasikannya. Kalau itu masuk dalam RUPTL-nya PLN, mungkin PLN akan ada unit yang akan mengelolanya. Tapi kalau tidak, saya pikir itu harus ada capacity building untuk masyarakat, sehingga bukan sekedar membangun, kita sekedar membangun, tapi dia itu sustain, berlanjut karena ada organisasinya yang menjalankannya. Ini yang jadi PR kita. Itu yang jadi hasil evaluasi kami selama ini di Kalimantan Barat. Kalau teknis masalah teknologi kami percaya. Tapi siapa yang akan melaksanakan ini yang harus kita lakukan rekayasa sosial sehingga ini akan dibangun. Nah, saya melihat transisi energi ini.
I think we have to stop the first round, then we will ask you questions afterwards. Yeah, please finalize, but
Okay.
not much longer.
Thank you. Nanti saya lanjutkan lagi.
Okay, thank you. So for you, Aldisa, I would like to just introduce yourself now, and then we will come to your presentation at the end, if that's okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aldisa Artama. I am the advisor for the GIZ EKZ. So we are focusing on anticipating the potential impact that will happen or that might happen in the co-region. So we are not directly driving the energy transition, but rather proactively addressing these impacts on the energy transitions. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We will come back to you at the end, I promise. So thank you very much to everybody for your, yes, please applause, thank you. I'm very bad at remembering these things. Applause to everybody. Now we have heard really different perspectives from Denis's presentation to the concrete experience from Poland, from experience from a study in Indonesia, but also very concrete examples from the provinces. And I would like to appreciate especially what the two of you said about the challenges that you are facing. It's something that is very well known, I think, to everybody from Europe and from elsewhere that have been involved in this kind of journey. And this is exactly why we are hoping that we can work together on these issues. On the issue of nuclear, I just have to make one comment. People are always a little bit scared to talk about nuclear. It has been a big debate in the European Union as well, and it ended up, I think it was the year before last, with us actually agreeing to include nuclear in what we call the green taxonomy, so allowing nuclear to be part of the clean energy mix. This is of course not because everybody considers nuclear to be completely clean. There are obvious problems with that I think we are all aware. But on the other hand, it's also a realization that you cannot always do the perfect. So everything that you have heard and every experience that you've had in Poland, what would be your proposals for the way forward, and how can we really work together?
Thank you, Dressa, and also thank you for interesting introduction. That's a tricky question. There's probably no one simple answer to such a complex issue as we are facing. But for sure, there are a number of aspects. It's why it might be difficult to Indonesia to implement it now, and what needs to change. Like one of them is obviously state of economic development, which is different in Europe and Indonesia. Yeah, the other one would be resources, the energy resources mix. Yeah, Indonesia is very much dependent of coal, oil, and then suddenly, transiting it from it to more renewable. Obviously, it's a tricky thing. In Europe, we went through this process, yeah, and I think it's very important as well to highlight as well that this GAT, it's not a sudden process, yeah. Everybody, I think, realize it's a path, yeah. It's a road we need to take, and it will take time. But there should be, of course, a will to do that, yeah? And when I talk about the will, for example, I remember when I was a small kid in Warsaw and the pollution was so bad, we couldn't breathe, so that shortened my life by probably 5 or 10 years. Now I'm in Jakarta and I actually experienced the same, and I think when people start realizing what is happening, this is not just about, money generated, but about our life at the end, our quality of life, then this probably could, then be transferred to certain policies, yeah. And of course, the other last aspect is understanding of these communities, how we move them, how we implement them in the whole process, how we don't just disconnect national policy from regional specification, and Sumatra and Kalimantan. So the whole have to be inclusive and done in a sustainable, long process. But no, it is a must, yeah. That's my view at least. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I know it was a difficult question. So, Agus, what is your perception from the work that you've been doing on? So, what is really the appetite, first of all, in the fossil fuel sector to change, but also of the people who are working in this sector? I mean, how transferable are these jobs and so on? If you can keep it a bit short, but just to give some ideas of this.
Yeah. Refer back to the survey that we did from the media. One of the impressive findings was that the top 3 media that reported about the energy in Indonesia were economic media. So that means people that deals with business, economic, they are concerned about this new development of the energy transition. So if you ask me about the appetite, we can see in some cases, several companies in Indonesia, a coal company that has started to open their business in renewable energy as well. So I think with the right push, the appetite can grow bigger in Indonesia. You just have to find the right stick and carrot with these companies. So that would be my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you so much. So to our local representatives, can I ask you to give us 2 things that you would need most of all to facilitate energy transition in your region? So what would you need from your own government or from Indonesia, and what would you need from Europe? You can say more than one thing, but keep it short, please.
Terima kasih. Untuk Sumatera Selatan, pada umumnya kebutuhan yang kami inginkan dari pemerintah kami sendiri itu dari pemerintah pusat terkait regulasi. Karena begini, dalam dokumen perencanaan itu mempunyai dokumen perencanaan yang ada di pusat seperti itu. Namun demikian, seperti saya bilang tadi, Bappenas sudah merilis rancangan akhir untuk RPJPNN 2025-2045 bahwa tahapan awal di fase 5 tahun pertama itu pembatasan PLTU baru, lalu penutupan PLTU yang sudah tidak produktif lagi seperti itu. Namun demikian itu perlu dibuat kerangka payung hukumnya karena akan berdampak terhadap administrasi hukumnya seperti itu. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, untuk Uni Eropa sendiri tentunya terkait transisi energi berkelanjutan ini ada banyak penting yang ada 4 Pak ya seperti itu, terkait pendanaan tentunya, lalu kolaborasi pengetahuan, transfer teknologi, lalu mekanisme pembiayaan, bagaimana mengatasi pembiayaan kelistrikan yang tadinya berbasis batu bara menjadi energi baru terbarukan. Itu yang perlu kami butuhkan seperti itu. Yang terakhir adalah masukan-masukan dari para ahli seperti yang sudah kami lakukan dari Institut Wuppertal seperti itu, memberi masukan bagaimana pengalaman-pengalaman yang sudah dilakukan di Uni Eropa bahwa keberhasilan transisi energi itu membutuhkan waktu yang sangat panjang seperti itu. Artinya tidak instan Pak ya, seperti itu. Itu saja mungkin, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Ibu. Yang bisa dilakukan tadi seperti yang saya sudah jelaskan, diakomodir di dalam dokumen perencanaan pembangunan daerah, kemudian dimasukkan ke dalam rencana tata ruang, itu yang bisa dilakukan daerah. Tapi saya lebih senang sebenarnya apa yang juga kami harapkan untuk dibantu, tidak sekedar masalah pembiayaan. Pertama, saya hanya berimajinasi di dalam fiskal sistem pembiayaan di Indonesia itu ada namanya dana transfer pemerintah pusat ke pemerintah daerah. Nah, kalau ada 2 sebenarnya pembiayaannya itu, ada yang block grant, ada yang specific grant. Jika dalam penghitungan block grant itu yang dikenal dengan DAU, dana alokasi umum itu bisa memasukkan variabel tentang yang berkaitan dengan net zero emission, itu menurut saya kami di daerah mungkin akan berlomba-lomba bagaimana nilai net zero emission kami itu semakin bagus. Nah itu saya pikir akan memaksa daerah kami bisa lebih baik. Tapi variabel itu belum menjadi pertimbangan karena seingat saya untuk block grant di Indonesia itu hanya 5 variabel. tidak ada yang berkaitan dengan net zero emission itu. Kalau itu masuk, saya pikir keren itu. Itu satu. Kedua, tidak hanya di tingkat pusat, di tingkat atas. Di bawah juga kita siapkan. Bentuknya sebenarnya itu ada masuk di tingkat pendidikan tertentu untuk muatan lokal yang berkaitan dengan zero emission ini. Sehingga di atas kita dorong, di bawah kita siapkan. Nah, ini saya pikir daerah tidak terlalu kuat untuk melakukannya dengan keterbatasan biaya dan sumber daya manusianya. Kalau itu bisa dibantu, saya pikir itu akan menjadi lebih baik. Termasuk yang tadi yang saya sampaikan untuk dari GIZ, menurut saya itu bagus. Kalau kelembagaan yang akan menjalankannya ini, artinya di luar dari rencana PLN yang sudah masuk di RUPTL, rencananya PLN itu ada rekayasa sosial yang akan yang bisa memberdayakan kelembagaan masyarakat itu untuk melakukan operasional dari transisi energi ini. Mungkin itu dulu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. These were nice and very concrete suggestions that we will reflect on. So I think you have heard us say that we are planning to set up a little bit of a European roadshow where we will visit different parts of Indonesia and try to see if we can bring some of these things that you are telling us that you need. So thank you really for giving us input to that. I would now like to move to you, Aldisa, because one very important thing that I'm sure you will tell us about is that we think that there's a need to collect really the best practices. We've seen some examples. We know that a lot of people have been working on this energy transition for a long time, and we feel that there's a lot of scope to learn from each other. Is that more or less right about what you're doing in your project?
Can I show one of my slides?
You can indeed show your slides now.
Please.
Can we get his slides back on the screen, please? They were ready for you before, but I didn't allow you. Sorry for that.
But I just want to explain one of my slides.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right now, we are developing the formulation of policy and planning for just energy transformation, just energy transition or just economic transformation. So to ensure the just element is incorporated in the transformation policy and also planning, we have to strengthen the capacity building for the stakeholder. So we are grouping the stakeholder that might be impacted by the energy transition. So the first group is the tripartite. So the tripartite consists of the labor, which is the worker, and also the company, the employer, and also the government who focus on the labor sector. And also it is important to conclude the non-tripartite, which is local communities in the local regions, and also the NGO, the academics, and also the marginal groups such as the women, and also journalists and government from outside the labor sector. And we are expected them to participate in regional consultation forum, as mentioned before by our partner in the South Sumatra. And parallel with that, we also developing the regional economic transformation. We work together with our partner to start or to continue their regional development planning. So what will be done is development of the renewable energy, and also the other green economies. We developing the diversification economy. So we are identifying the potential economy sector in the region, such as agriculture or the tourism or the fisheries, and which had the big multiplier effect. So the region can reduce their dependency on the coal industry. And also we have to strengthening the capacities for the workforce and also the community and government. And to conclude that, we plan to integrate the JET elements, JET planning into the regional planning, such as the RPGPD is the long-term regional development plan, and also the RPGMD is the midterm, and RUET is the regional energy plan, and also the RTKD is the workforce regional plans. So that is our focus to support JET in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. I think actually you have the solution for everything that we've been discussing these 2 days, so we will just send you the findings and then you will take care of it, I can hear.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Dennis, are you still with us? I know that we are running a bit late, but if you're still here, I would give you the chance to say something. Okay, he seems to have had to leave. I think we are now at 3:01, so he probably had another meeting at 3. So sorry about that. I should have given him the chance before because I wanted to hear also a little bit his feedback. So him and his team are the ones who have been carrying out the study that he presented, and I think we will hope that some of all these discussions could be fed into the final version of the study, which we will then of course share with you so that you have much more detail about what has been done. We have a very few minutes left before we have to wrap up, so I don't know if there are any Slido questions that we should address, or if not, the in-person questions. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunities. I have a couple of questions. First, I'm really impressed about the presentation about what Poland has been achieved until now. As you mentioned that there is the data that employment in mining declined by 18% to 80,000. I want to ask what the social approach that you have been done in Poland to go through to achieve this number. And then my second question to Pak Agus, that you mentioned one of our problem is about the funding mechanism. As I know that in the ISR publications, ISR mentioned that we need 380 trillion rupees to move to energy transitions. Then I want to know your point of view. What is the best funding mechanism that we can do on it, or like we will do in Indonesia, and how much you think that intervention from the private sector? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me address the question. So I think it's a very important also to mention that we are still a long way to fully transit. Yeah, we started the process in Poland 30 years ago. There's a tremendous achievement, but there's still a lot to be done. And I think there's some, very often there's misconception about what just energy transition is, because it doesn't mean it's about losing jobs. It doesn't mean its economy have to slow down. And it can be very, very inclusive, yeah? So this transition is not just about the climate change, which of course is very crucial, but it's also about putting the people, all these miners, who are living there for generations or centuries, and it's not they just have a job, that they had a belief, they have all the transitions around. How we kind of incorporate these people, how we re-educate them and give them the new chances, yeah? And while we had to close the mines because they were simply not efficient from economic point of view, in the same time, Poland started developing new technologies which created the new jobs, right? So that those people who lost jobs, obviously some of them retired, but the young generation went also to energy, for example, field, but in a renewable energy, yeah? So it does not necessarily mean you have to lose the job and the economy is going down, right? So I think that's the point, that this just economic transition is very inclusive for health, for social, for communities, and that's how it should be looked at. So thank you.
No, thank you very much for that, and I can only echo that from a wider EU perspective. I think we have very, very clear evidence that shows that the economy does not have to slow down, or there's actually no costs in the very short term. The payback is very quick on these things, and on top of that, people get better jobs, healthier jobs, and so on. So I think that's really a nice message that we should try to bring forward. Agus, would you be keen to reply to the questions that are on screen, or you want to also say something on this?
Yeah. First, I have to say that I don't have a background in in economic nor finance, so I'm engineer by training. I just quoted one of the framework that was mentioned by IDLV, which is the funding mechanism. But in my personal point of view, it is best not to rely on the national budget to support the transition. Moreover, the just energy transition, so it's better to rely on a partnership or private investment. So that's my personal opinion. I'm not sure the question that is asked can be answered by me.
Okay, forming a coal commission and consensus-based decision-making, is that something that Poland has experienced? How was the actual decisions taken to make this happen?
Yeah, so it was a long decision. First, also based on economy. Yeah, the price of coal in Poland was just too expensive, right? So we have to subsidize the economy, and simply in a long run, it didn't make sense, right? So putting, of course, aside all the environmental aspect, we're buying coal from, the coal was cheaper somewhere else, and it didn't make sense. Yeah, so. Again, it took a long time, right? There were a lot of, and it's still, it's still actually a debate, like how we change it. So there were a lot of solutions, subsidies as well, quite high salaries, for miners and policy to it's a long process, right?
Actually, sorry. Actually, the first question, I can share a bit experience. So in the case project, what we want to also do is how to create a correct narrative, as we say it, among the people, among the government, about what is actually energy transition is. So, like communication, it's not only about jet, it can be any communication. Sometimes we see when the government communicating something, we think the government needs to involve more actors such as CSO, NGOs, media, so that the public, the people can accept what the government really wants to communicate. So that is the important part, that when the government communicates something, they have to understand that the people can perceive what they want to communicate wrongly. So you have to do like maybe a follow-up communication or something else. So that's important.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, unfortunately, we have had more time than we were allocated, so I think we will have to end here. So I thank, again, everybody very warmly. Thank you for this nice discussion, and we will follow up.
And just as usual, we're going to conclude the session by having a group photo together. So may all of you please stand up and move forward to the center of the stage. We're going to have a photo op together. Thank you. Henrietta being in the middle, surrounded by all the gentlemen, okay? Okay, great. Done? Thank you very much once again. May you all please return back to your seat. Okay, so from the earlier session, we already learned so much from the presentations done by so many prominent speakers. Now it's time to evaluate how much knowledge you have in terms of jet in Indonesia. So I have a short quiz for all of you, and we really look forward to your participation. So how it works, okay. we're going to show you, we're going to use Kahoot as the application. So everyone here needs to scan the barcode, the QR code, I mean, so you're able to participate. Can we pop it up on the screen? Okay. So it's very easy. The rule is you just have to scan and then get ready, answer all the questions, and just follow the prompt. I'll give you some time to do it, and I'll stay quiet so all of you can focus and hopefully get all the answers correct. Can everybody see? Whoa, so many participants. Okay. And we have a little surprise for the winner. I'll stay quiet again. Do we have the winner already? Try not to use Google. That's cheating. Do we have the winner already? So the winner will be chosen based on who gets the full score and the fastest. And we will pick 3 winners out of all the participants. Okay, that's the first question. What's currently the main source of electricity in Indonesia? So the answer is none of them. Most of you get it correct. Okay, second question. Is this the winner already for all 5 questions? No, just the first question? Okay. Okay, Pom Pom, where is Pom Pom? I can't see Pom Pom. Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next question, can we? Okay, here's the question. What's Indonesia's target of renewable energy in the primary energy mix by 2025? I think I mentioned that on my opening earlier. Okay. Still majority get it correct, 23%. And the fastest, B. Azalia. Oh, she was the runner-up earlier. Okay, moving along. Third question. What's currently the percentage of renewable energy in the primary energy mix of Indonesia? Getting low. The one with the correct answer is getting less and less. Okay, it's 14.5%. And the fastest participant who answered it correctly is still Pom Pom, okay? You get 2 questions, right? And next, 4th question. Which renewable energy source has the highest installed capacity today? Five options. Ooh, it's either solar or hydro, but the correct one is hydro. Okay. And we'll see who's got the correct one. JP, oh, this is a new player. Okay, welcome on board. Last question. How many wind turbines are operational in Indonesia today? The answer is 500. Most of you get it correct. Okay, that's the end of the quiz. Thank you very much for your participation, and we already have collecting 3 winners. So the third runner-up is JP, the second one is Pon, and the first winner is Sabrina. Okay. Can the above mentioned please come forward to collect your prize? And I would like to invite one more time Henriette to please present a little prize as a token of thanks for your participation. So please come forward for JP, Pon, and Sabrina. Okay, we have 1, another 2. Okay, who's Pon, who's Sabrina, and who's JP? Okay.
It's very nice prizes, so please come.
Okay.
I knew
They're all
who
here.
Pond would be.
Okay, from the third one first, JP. JP is here, Pon's second, and the first is Sabrina. Okay. Okay, the second runner-up is presented to JP. Can anybody guess what the present is? Henriette, give a clue. It's very, very valuable. And that is, can you guess what's inside the bag? Can you open? You should open it. Okay, let's show it off. Okay, you can open it. Second is Pon. Okay, for Pon. Okay, just keep it first, and we'll open it together, okay? Because we're very curious and wonder what's inside it. Okay, the first winner, Sabrina. Thank you very much to all the winners for your participation. Can you show it off to all the audience? I'm pretty sure they're very, very curious to know what's inside the bag. Can you open it up and just... It's a Grow Kit Veggie. Okay. It's 5 different kind of vegetables. Thank you very much. Thank you, Henriette. Thank you all once again for your participation. You may all return back to your seat. Thank you. Okay. We are going to continue with the next session, but we already prepared some light refreshments for you that's going to be served to your table. So we're going to continue straight to our last session so we can wrap up the conference in a timely manner. On the last session, we're going to learn reforming fuel subsidy to support transition towards renewable energy. Firstly, we will show you a presentation of Indonesia's fuel subsidy reform status, lessons learned from other countries, and opportunity of fuel subsidy reform to support the transition towards renewable energy. So to have a general understanding on this topic, I will invite the key presenter assigned for this specific topic, please put our hands together for Bapak Khoirunul Rafiq. He's the head of Public Finance and Development Planning from LPEM FEB UI, University of Indonesia. Okay. And I would also like to invite the next speaker. He's the Associate and Country Coordinator from IISD. Please welcome Lucky Lontoh. Joining the two gentlemen on the stage, please welcome Mas Teuku Rifki from LPEM FEB UI, who will serve as the moderator for the session. Please send the gentlemen your warmest applause once again. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mas Teuku.
Okay, thank you for the warm introduction. I think to speed up the process and go straight to the presentation material, I would like to welcome Parafiq to present his presentation on the fuel subsidy reform. I believe that this is a study by LPMFEBUE regarding the realization and the strategy to reform the fuel subsidy in Indonesia. So without further ado, please Parafiq, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our study here, supported by Team Europe Green Conference in this event. It is great honor to share our review on the fuel subsidy reform in Indonesia. It is not only because the multidimensional aspect from this policy we have to take a look, but also because Indonesia commitment in global context need the reform to achieve the sustainable development and also achieving net zero emission by 2060. Let me start my talk with the relevancy of this full subsidy reform in the agenda of green transition, please. Next slide, please. From the perspective of subsidy reform, we know that it has been slightly increase of energy prices currently in response to the global high energy prices. However, we still enjoy the low price of fuel, gas, electricity. But remember, this is because the huge subsidy from government of Indonesia. As a result, there is market distortion in this low price of energy. It will make it's not competitive level for the new energy to enter the market because brown energy gets huge subsidy from government. So that to accelerate the transition toward renewable energy and also promote long sustainable development, reforming fuel subsidy is important because it will not only benefit from the environmental aspect, but also giving more space, fiscal space for the government to provide more development program in education, social protection, as well as in infrastructure. Since the full subsidy is multidimensional issue, let us discuss in the perspective of politics, social as well as the fiscal aspect. Next slide, please. Next slide. Following the previous argument, the need to do some reform in the fuel subsidy, let me provide an overview that Indonesian primary energy mix. Left-hand side figures show that the share of oil in energy primary supply is slightly declining since 2012, when, in the other hand, the role of coal has been rapidly increasing after government installed many coal energy power plant. In the other hand, the role of energy, renewable energy, is slowly has been taken place, but still quite low, less than 10%, and mainly driven by bioenergy and also biofuel. To our understanding, of course, there is still massive subsidy to brown energy that maybe can be helpful for making more competitive for low-cost electricity between renewable energy power plant and the fuel subsidy. In addition to environmental issue, we need to do some overview. Why do we need fuel subsidy reform from the issue of fiscal burden, political aspect, as well as in the social aspect? Next slide, please. In 2014, there are significant subsidy reform by saving almost 300 trillion rupiah to be allocated for social protection, poverty alleviation, and other redistribution program. Since then, the spending for energy subsidy has never surpassed, never more than 200 trillion. However, currently, due to the recent surge in the global energy, we have the subsidy become larger in 2022, which is the total brown subsidy and compensation is took up almost 24% of government expenditure. That was bigger than public services in the education, health, and infrastructure. And this number also similar to 143% of total interest payment and also 74% of regional transfer allocation. Next slide, please. The question is, who are getting benefit from this subsidy? It is evident that according to World Bank study, that the most beneficial from this such kind of policy are middle class and upper class household income people. It means the current energy subsidy policy is mistargeted and potentially increase the inequality. Therefore, subsidy removal and reallocated them to government spending, transfer, and other subsidy program could be reduce the poverty number. Next slide, please. Yes, this is that I'm talking just before that the subsidy here is benefit almost for the middle and higher income people. From next slide, please. From the fiscal point of view, the higher global energy prices require higher energy subsidy, and we have experienced in this 2022, and make the fiscal space for other development program is quite limited. In the state budget 2022-23, that has been set of 2.80 million of GDP. It means eliminating fuel subsidy will free up fiscal space for other long-term economic investment in economic growth development through the spending more on health, education, social protection, and also infrastructure. Next slide, please. In terms of the political aspect, we see that this year and also next year, closer to the election year, the policy related to energy subsidy may become more sensitive because the subsidy will affect to livelihood of many people. Many contestants will talk a lot about energy subsidy. So there are the risk of political disruption when the rapid reform is attempted without credible social protection mechanism and the readiness of government to become unpopular. So that there needs to have a strong political and economic credibility when we apply price subsidy reform. Next slide, please. Therefore, there are some suggestions to assess the political risk associated with the price subsidy reform. First is identify who the winner and loser of the price subsidy in other reform by examining who gets the benefit from the existing policy across different income class. The next suggestion would be if there is a losses, we need to measure accurately how much the losses from the low-income people. The next one, of course, we need to assess a comparison between the benefit from the loser and the winner to get to assess the political strength between these two parties. Next slide, please. Sorry. No, sorry. Back to the previous slide. Yes, there are some key lessons from the fuel subsidy reform in Indonesia and also in other places in the world. First is not only contribute to the accumulation of carbon emission, most of fuel subsidy in many countries are mistargeted, mostly in developing countries, and also will possess a substantial burden in the fiscal budget toward the fiscal deficit. The second lesson would be the failed reform usually happen when the reform of fuel subsidy facing resistance and social political backlash from the community. The third one is, this is important, is the timing. Timing is very important, which is the best is we do some policy reform if the oil price quite low. The next lesson would be the reform, of course, need to be paired with the expansion of social protection program to minimize the welfare impact on poor people. In the other hand, also increase the public acceptance. The last lesson from our study, we see that although the decision for subsidy reform under specific line ministry, let's say Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, but the support and collaborative work from across ministry is important to back up the reform itself. Next slide, please. To show on how the role of and interest for all the related stakeholders, we developed in our study stakeholder map to see in the quadrant who are the key actors and who are the supporters. Let's say the Ministry of Finance in Ministry Energy and Mineral Resources, we see where they are a key actor who have high role and also high interest. In the other side, left-hand side, we see that parliament member may be relatively lower interest, but they have high role, particularly in dealing of budget decision-making process. The stakeholder may help us to get who have get support on the policy reform. Next slide, please. Finally, let me end my presentation with some conclusion and summary. First is the aspect of justice and equity from just energy transition agenda could be improved by reforming and removing fuel subsidy, since the policy much more have benefited for the middle and upper income class. The next conclusion is the reforming of fuel subsidy policy can be tool not only to reduce the emission, but also increase a competitiveness of renewable energy, and at the same time maybe can provide more fiscal space for the government to provide more targeted social protection program and energy transition agenda. The next conclusion is the policy of domestic market obligation can minimize the market distortion of electricity input due to the market exchange rate volatility that we see currently. The next conclusion is fuel subsidy reform is multi-dimensional issue and potentially contain social and political pressure. So therefore, we need the backup and support for all the related stakeholders. Finally, effective and targeted communication, like I mentioned in previous discussion, it is important to secure the political support and be consistent with the reform agenda as the key success of the fully subsidy reform. I hope this presentation can be useful to know how Indonesia experienced in the full subsidy reform, and we can discuss further in discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Rafiq, for sharing with us the implication of fuel subsidy reform and many issues surrounding this particular aspect in Indonesia. Now, I would like to give the opportunity to Pak Lucky Lonto, Associate and Country Coordinator for International Institute for Sustainable Development, to share his thoughts and materials on the fuel subsidy reform. Pak Lucky, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih banyak, Mas Moderator. Terima kasih banyak atas undangannya. Thank you very much for the invitations. Mas Rafiq, tamu undangan, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you to visit the milestone of Indonesian fuel subsidy policy in the past decades. Presentation, please. So I will start with introducing some statistic, and then I will show the major milestone in Indonesian fuel subsidy reform policies, and then I will take you for a reading of what this policy means for Indonesia, and then I will add some little commentaries at the end. I'm coming from my ISD, it's an energy policy think tank. We are based in, we have a program in Indonesia, but our headquarters is in Canada and our operation office is in Geneva. Let's start. So this is the statistic of Indonesian fuel subsidy in the past at least 8 or 10 years. What we see in this slide is that LPG subsidy has emerged as the biggest post of fossil fuel subsidy in Indonesian state budget. The upper section of this statistic is the official fuel subsidy recognized in Indonesian state budget. So this is the official one acknowledged by Indonesian government. ISD research found 15 types of government support on fossil fuel subsidy. Only 5 or 7 is countable. But let's focus our discussions to simplify the message that I want to share with you. We can also see that there is a dramatic reduction of diesel subsidy and kerosene subsidy since 2014 to 2022. But the thing that we should be aware of is on the bottom part of this table, you see that fuel subsidy is transformed into another fiscal post called compensation. So this is not entirely disappear, but throughout the modification of fiscal accounting, it reappears in another form. And the amount at this today is staggering. It reached 340.74 trillion rupiah. So this is how Indonesia manage fuel subsidy in the context of fiscal accounting. But the most important thing is you can see a little note on the bottom right section that mandatory spending in Indonesian state budget, it consists of 77.5% of total spending. It is an indication that Indonesia has a rigid state budget that doesn't match the requirement to have an accelerated energy transition plan. This number also indicates the indicator of how is the strength of Indonesian fiscal position to support energy transition. So if you want to measure how strong Indonesian fiscal position in relation to the energy transition needs, this is one of the indicators. Next. I also share with you the trend of Indonesian fossil fuel consumptions. All of this mostly related to the subsidy policy. So I will use Indonesian bahasa and English itu sparingly ya. So bear with me ya, translator ya. What this indicates is, if you see a trend like this, you cannot help but thinking that Indonesia, this position is destined to have the same old problem like Indonesian old fuel subsidy policy. Increasing volume and consumption will also increase the fiscal tension, and in the later time will create an economic crisis in Indonesia. Same old problem. So that's the statistical figure that I can share with you. Next. That's troubling, right? But this is how I read. Next. And next. Allow me to take you for a reading about Indonesian fossil fuel subsidy status. It is concentrated in three sectors: household, transportation, and power. If you want to have a solution, create a solution, create on those three sectors. Major reform in the past decade is there are 5 policies: subsidy change in 2014 and 2015, fuel price evaluation cycle introduced in 2016. It should be once every 3 months, but it doesn't work. 3 is reconciliation of poverty database with PLN customer database resulted in the exclusion of almost half of subsidy recipient in the electricity sector. Electricity tariff gradual adjustment, this is a very good experiment. And if you want to make a business in RE, that IDR 1,444.7 kilowatt hour is the price to beat. So 5, LPG subsidy price reform stalled. Reform launch suspended, cancelled in 2017, frozen in 2018 to 2019 due to election, and suspended in 2020. That is the statistic and the policy status. Next. So this is what I read. Early success in addressing energy crisis in Indonesia was not followed by entrenchment. Introduced by Faglia Cindy, itu based on her work supported by the ADB, there are 4 stages of reform: planning, execution, entrenchment, and monitoring and evaluation. So reform shouldn't be a one-time process, it is a cycle. And in that context, Indonesia fuel subsidy reform failed at the phase of entrenchment of new system because it cannot protect the good result that it has been fought for. Yeah. Second is new fuel and electricity pricing system leaves, the current policy leaves a non-economic intervention loophole. So it doesn't work automatically and it leads to a non-economic intervention. Third, the proportion and trend of fossil fuel subsidy is actually similar than the old days. Jadi sama aja. Kalau dilihat dari statistiknya, if we read the statistic and we see the policy, it is the same. The danger is the same. So we need more improvement on this. Fiscal space need to be adjusted for accelerated growth. Notable long-lasting reform. Fourth, notable long-lasting reform happen in the case of poverty database reconciliation and gradual reduction of premium gasoline. Electricity tariff adjustment is an excellent case. 6, fiscal accounting modification does not reduce the subsidy value. And 7, there is Indonesia is lack of reform drive during the peace mode. It only reacts really well during crisis. Next slide. So this is my own opinion rather than reading the statistic and the policy milestone. Indonesia economic plan and energy plan are actually two different spirits. The economic plan itu goes first, but later Indonesia develop its energy plan. So there should be reconciliation between these two grand strategies in Indonesia, the development strategy and energy transition strategy. Bappenas and BKF have already pioneered this effort, and I think that is a very good effort to be supported. Second, fuel subsidy reform is critical for RE growth. So, especially because it affects energy pricing. Third, considering the economic structure, Indonesia need to mobilize its SOEs. In relation to RE development, Indonesia need to do two things: create conducive business environment and shield the poor during the transition process. B, the Indonesian has the fiscal strength, but if it wants to finance its own transition, it needs to be gradual, and sequencing and planning is crucial in this matter. Indonesia should also induce private sector participation for accelerated growth. That's my own commentary. Next. So what can we recommend? There are a lot of recommendations, but I will share with you some of them. Let's discuss this after. Understanding roles of Indonesian energy transition. So state also has the obligation, and it has to be contained in the grand strategy. What we can do here is supporting the reconciliations of Indonesian economic development strategy with the energy transition plan. So LCDI and RPJM and RPJPN itu is a good field to collaborate with Indonesian. While in the second point, in terms of introducing more active participation of private sector, this is where active role from non-government actor ini should be really accommodated by Indonesian. I mean, let's give less strain lah for the participation of private sector in here. The next point is changing fuel subsidy paradigm. This is already been done, but it is lagging, but it is now accepted by, at least at the intellectual level in Indonesia, that we need a more accurate targeting and not stay with the commodity subsidy. And the last one is the lesson from other countries. Indonesia itself has a lot of success story, but other can also show us that green can win. So reform policy is not a losing game. In India, we are now with the friends from Europe, green wins. Yes, back then. And now too. Third is fiscal swap process itu should be accommodated ya. So there is a need to fiscal modification in Indonesia to align the ambition of accelerated RE growth. For strong planning and program control ini is shown in successful cases of energy transition plan. Fifth, remember that reform is not a one-shot policy, one-time strategy. It is perpetual policy. So you need to correct and improve your policy. I think last slide, I invite you to visit ISD for further details, ISD website, and I thank you for that. I give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Luki. I think hearing and paying attention to what Pak Rofik and Pak Luki has presented before, we all agree that the current fuel subsidy mechanism and scheme is not only distorting the price on the market that make it unfavorable towards the renewable energy, but also it has a heavy fiscal burden implication and social aspect implication. Now, I would like to invite the audience if you have any questions for Pak Rofik and Pak Luki. So please, if any of you guys have questions that I could direct it to Pak Rofik or Pak Luki. Okay, I think, okay, yes, please.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just a general question about subsidy reform. Very good remarks, very interesting, I think. How likely do you think it is? This can be also your personal opinion or based on something else, that this reform will happen in the coming time, and what might it depend on?
Okay, thank you, Pak Rofik, if you want to address.
Okay, thank you for the question. In my experience in the research, we have conducted some research to see the effectiveness of full subsidy reform by more targeting beneficiaries. The problem here basically is the consumption behavior from the people. So it doesn't matter, government try to target low, middle, and higher income people. But if the behavior is not changed, the demand for the energy consumption is still high. Particularly I'm sorry to say, when we do some interview, there is some lack of behavior from certain people that doesn't turn off their television during the moving around outside from their home. This is still consume the energy. In the other hand, also the behavior of transportation movement. Sometimes people, although the distance is quite short, but still use, let's say, motorcycle. So my point of view, this is important also to educate people, not only setting the fiscal policy for the subsidy, removing fuel subsidy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. That is a very interesting question. If the question is when, theoretically speaking, during the period of less risk. And in terms of global climate target, it is now. But Indonesia doesn't work that way. Indonesia reacts well to three factors. First is crisis. The second one is if there is an investment invitation. And the third one, if there is an international image advantage. So between the theoretical answer and the practical attitude, I think we need to find some answer in between them. Thank you.
Thank you for the question and the answer from Parofik and Paluki. I think we still have time for more questions. Yes, please, gentlemen over there.
Hello? Is it okay?
If somebody could give... okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, Pak Rifki.
Yeah.
I have a question for both panelists, Pak Hoirun Nurofik and Pak Lucky Lonto. My name is Devina. I want to ask that if I'm not mistaken, all the fuel subsidy mostly goes to motorcycle, isn't it? So I just, is there any study that show that what is the difference of the public transport initiative, for example, in one city, and the reducing of subsidy, if the motorcycles passengers, moving to the public transport? That's one. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a idea to, they say that from Jasara Harja, they say that only 25% of the victim from the traffic accident is actually the owner of the motorcycle, for example, or of the vehicle. So that show that the motorcycle or vehicle in Indonesia, many of them did not connect with the ownership of the motorcycle itself. So that's creative difficulty for control and solve this problem. So do you think there is a connection for reducing or reforming fuel subsidy and reforming the ownership of this motorcycle? For example, like I don't know what is the English, pemutihan nomor kendaraan. So in 1 year, so all the vehicle number must be related with the owners. Thank you, that's my question.
Okay, thank you, Bu Devin. I think I will go to the gentleman over there, but first I would like to give the opportunity for Pak Luki and Parofik to answer the question. I think I'll go first for Parofik.
Thank you, Ibu Devina. Yes, from the statistic data, much more the fuel consumption goes to the motor vehicle consumption. How to deal with this kind of policy? I think we need, of course, not only provide the public transport, availability, accessibility, but also to develop public trust. Because, you know, sometimes we provide the public transport, but the availability is not timely, or maybe the services is not appropriate. So that's why people back to use the motorcycle. So my point here, I think government still have a room to at least to reduce the motorcycle use by providing more accessible public transport and also with the improved quality of public services. Thank you.
Thank you, Parofik. Paluki.
So if the question is subsidy reductions will move people for private cars or private vehicles to public transport, the answer is not yet. It will depend on the availability of alternative transportation means. If the transportation means is good, people will move when there is an economic advantage to it. So there is two components that we are seeing in here, is the economic competitiveness and the availability of alternative means of transportation. That always comes hand in hand. It also works for the renewable energy. In order for people to move to renewable energy, there should be a growth or the development of renewable energy. So that is a two-way policy for Indonesia, not only to reduce the amount of subsidy, but at the same time also growing the alternative so people can choose and move. So that's what I can say right now. I have no say with the motorcycle accident. I'm not expert on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we still have time for one more question, so I will give the opportunity to gentleman over here in the middle. Please introduce yourself and state your question.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Rizal, and I'm from Move Venture Indonesia. So I would like to ask a question to two distinguished speakers. The first question is about subsidy reform. So how can targeted subsidy programs be designed to support low-income communities during the transition to renewable energy and ensuring that they have access to affordable and clean energy alternatives? And my second question, if these two distinguished speakers may to answer, is how can a comprehensive energy pricing mechanisms be developed to reflect the true cost of energy, including externalities, and encourage the use of renewable energy sources over fossil fuels? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, Pak Rafiq, if you want to go first.
Yeah, maybe I will start with discussing my research in 2016. We conducted some research to calculate the willingness to pay for the energy for the region outside, I mean, the Kepulauan Tertinggal, the less developed island region in the Sumatra. And the research, people in those regions can afford to spend around 20,000 per kilowatt hour. It means they have to pay higher, much more higher compared to the people in the city. So related to your question, basically for the low-income people, it will depending on how they will use the energy. If the energy is affect to their income, I mean the production side from those people, I think they try to support to afford this for renewable energy. In terms of the distribution of targeted subsidy, yes, this is will become quite hard task for government to answer. When we apply the renewable energy, the low-income people can still access due to still quite higher renewable energy in currently compared to the fuel-based energy. Thank you.
Please, Pak Luki.
Yeah, cannot be elaborate, in my answer, but the answer to have a targeted subsidy for poor people during energy transition is quite simple. Just create the policy that includes the energy component in a poverty support program. But the one thing that you need to understand also is for poor people, sometimes the problem of energy is not the affordability, but the access. They have no idea where the energy is, gitu, in Indonesia. And sometimes they have to pay like triple price of the energy, and that's the only thing that they do. But my take is poverty and energy needs to have a very different approach. So that's my answer to that. And thank you very much for your second questions to bring up the true cost questions. I can only answer that yes, in terms of determining energy price, you really need it to do as close as possible to the true cost, so the market can have a good good guidance. And some of the elements that we can consider in here is, please consider the subsidy, please consider the health costs, please consider the social costs as well, because health will affect your social ability. If you can calculate that externalities in your energy pricing, then I believe that the cleaner one will champion. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Rafiq and Pak Luki. I think we've run out of time for this session. And I would like to invite you to give a big round of applause for Pak Rafiq and Pak Luki here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will
Thank you, Mas Rifki, Pak Rafiq, and Pak Luki. May we have a group photo together before we dismiss? Okay, the documentation team, please be ready. Just move forward to the center. Ya, di depan Pak, silakan. Okay. Be ready? 2, 3. One more time. Thank you very much for the insightful discussions. May we please give another round of applause for all the speakers today. Thank you very much. You may all return back to the seat. Thank you. So there is still a great work needs to be done to make the energy transition truly happen and sustainable. But it's not impossible for Indonesia to achieve an inclusive and sustainable energy as long as all parties willing to work together, to commit, to contribute, to collaborate for Indonesia to be the key player in advancing the JET. So no matter who we are, be it the government, the private sector, the producer, consumers of renewable energy, we must uphold the value of sustainable consumption and production to pursue Indonesia's zero emission. So we almost come to the end of the conference. I know it's a long day, but for those of you who missed some of the parts of the session, don't worry, we will outline the highlights, some key findings, some insights from the conference, Pathway to a Prosperous Indonesia powered by Renewable Energy. And for that, I would kindly invite Bapak Agus Tampu Bolon as the project manager for CASE IESR to wrap up for the day 2 of the conference. May we please welcome Pak Agus. Silakan Pak.
Thank you. Dear EU delegation and participants of the TM Europe Green Conference 2023, good afternoon and welcome. First of all, I would like to say thank you not only to the committee of this event that have given me this opportunity and honor, but also to the many days of anxiousness and loose appetite that I have endured at the thought of giving this closing ceremony remarks that have made me lose a couple of kilograms, a win-win solution. Now I'd like to tell you a story about why I stand here before you today. I hope this is not going to be a standard closing remarks, but please bear with me. I was born in a small city in North Sumatra. I grew up during an era when people marveled at CRT screens, dial-up connections, and the birth of internet. From IMIRC to Yahoo Messenger and now WhatsApp, the world is changing so fast. When I was a kid, everything was fun and easy. I still remember, like other kids, we are blissfully unaware of the reality of the world around us. We believed that the world was full of wonder, and each day was a new opportunity to play, to learn, to grow. Yet our environment and circumstances shape us into who we'll be when we grow up. You know, when I was at my final year of the high school, I often sit at our family living room, preparing for my university degree entrance test, accompanied by the light of an oil lamp. Not electricity lamp, but an oil lamp. It's not because our family cannot afford electricity at our houses, but at my place at that time, The blackout or power outages happen so often that people associate it with eating medicine 3 times a day. It's so routine that people get accustomed to it. And at that day, I remember I said to myself, I need to find a way to make sure that this will not happen again, at least at my place. Many years later, things changed for the better. I remember we did not have more blackout. Powered by the fossil fuels, more cities shine bright at night. Oil, coal, and gas were the beacon, the guiding light. But in all these advancements, it is easy to forget the environment pays the price. With each light that we turn on, with each car that we started, the earth pays a price that it can no longer afford to pay. We solve a problem not by making things worse, but by making them better. We didn't stop sending letters, for example, because we stopped caring for the people. No, we just invented a better ways to communicate. Likewise, we don't advocate to stop using fossil fuel just because we don't care about the advancement of the humanity. No, we know better that these fossil fuels are harmful to our planet and that we now already have a better alternative fuels. This is my theory. See, we protect what is ours. My life, my home, my property, my belongings, my country. But when it comes to nature, our perspective is usually not mine. The earth, the forest, the ocean, the environment. More often we use the and not ours. Rarely mine as well. You know, I think it all comes down to human emotion. How about if we look at this earth as if it were a person in a relationship with every single one of us? So instead of the, why not our? Why not mine? Why not us? Our earth, our forest, our ocean, our environment. It is obvious that we all humans and we want the best for us. I know that I'm just a stranger arguing for something that seems silly and maybe pointless, but the beauty of this earth is more than simply something that we enjoy. It is our home, a place that we need to fight for a better future. So when the earth presents you with a beautiful moment in the form of a rainbow arcing its spines across a blue sky, or the soothing smell of the green grass after raining, or the sunset that brings you peace, when the beauty of this earth comes to you like this, you must give every last bit of your breath to protect it. I think it's only fair. Between our birth and our death, every one of us has a very, very little time. We don't have forever. Should we not use it to protect the place that we call home? Should we not spend it on something that will make us proud, passing on this place that we call home to the next generation and the generation to come? We must do what we can with what we have now, while we are here. So let's sit down, listen on what other voices want to say. I present Wira Purnama Rizky, Fikri Syahputra, and Suzanne Clerks. The time is yours.
Test. Oh, okay. So hello everyone. Today I represent Pondera, but not right now, because for this talk I would like to represent students in general, and especially students from Europe. I've been studying for 5 years now in Europe, and I was thinking about this question. So, what role would you like to play in supporting the energy transition in Indonesia? And before going into the answer straight away, I would like to tell you a personal detail, which is that I was born on the 9th of May, year 2000. And being born in the year 2000 makes me officially Generation Z, Gen Z. And I feel like, speaking of what role my generation, Gen Z, plays in this transition of energy and the earth, protecting the earth, is that we should inspire people to have an open mindset and to think about the bigger picture, as you were explaining really well, that we need to protect this earth. So that's what I wrote down here, that my role in the energy transition in Indonesia is to inspire people to keep the bigger picture in mind, saving the planet together. And by doing so, I would like to invite everyone here. So I don't mind if you're from an NGO, if you're from a youth organization, if you're from the European Parliament, if you're from, it doesn't matter, but please have an open mindset to be open for these inspirations of the youth or of people around you, and to always think of the bigger picture, because we're talking today about economic development, about sales, about price of the energy, but please, I would like to invite everyone to take care of the planet, because we can only do it together with everyone open-minded. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to standing here. Ladies and gentlemen and other participants on this conference. Just a little bit introduced. My name is Muhammad Fikri Syaputra, and I am from Energy Innovation Organization from our campus, Pertamina University. First of all, I'm so sorry my English is not the fluent. One big takeaway for me is use the factor success when explaining our data, our concept, and this concept about renewable energy. Renewable energy is one of our reference for looking for solution, increasing our innovations in study activity units on our campus. I think that energy around is interconnected, so that we can create an innovation energy tools that convert to energy. First, energy is from the sunlight, and the secondly is from the wind. So these two energy we convert into the tools, so that can increase energy efficiency and speed increasing energy income in a day. In wind energy, that is a bit made like it a windmill. We assume that the project has its pitfalls, such as taking up large area of land, cutting down a tree around, and then the sound produced by the device in considering disturbing. So we talk about making a device that is designed in such a way that it can be used, move home. And also the sound is not noisy and efficient. That's all for me. I'm so sorry for misleading pronunciation. Thank you.
I agree with Susan and Fahri. Mira from ISAC in Indonesia. If you guys know, ISAC is a youth leadership organization. So currently we are working to develop our program to contribute to the 17 points of Sustainable Development Goals. And yeah, what I want to say is, as a youth, we cannot contribute to the problem, we cannot aware of the issue if we don't know and if we don't get the awareness of the issue itself. So involving in this event, involving in this kind of forum or conferences is part of how we can aware, is part of how we can know the current situation of Indonesia and the potential or the opportunity to develop a better Indonesia. And yeah, as a youth leadership organization, we also believe developing some skills to develop a young leader is a part of building Indonesia future generation. And then what we can help is we can collaborate with many stakeholder, we can having a spirit to having any collaboration with you guys. And if a government or NGO or other institution want to collaborate with us, we are very open, and we believe also we can making Indonesia become a better and greener place for Indonesia future. I think that's all. Back to Farid. Thank you.
Please give a big round of applause for Suzanne, Fikri, and Vera. We have heard voices from the youth representative. In the wall behind them, we can also see more voices. We also have heard many great ideas and insights during these 2 days. When you bring that best practices and local wisdom together, there are many beautiful solutions that will come up to make sure that a prosperous Indonesia powered by the renewable energy is not only a dream, but can also be a reality. This is what I have, what I can contribute, what all of us has trying to contribute to. Let's start with small things, because those small things can add up to a big difference in the future. Let's start with finding and formulating concrete and achievable goals, as they increase motivation and confidence to propel towards larger long-term goals. At the end of the day, what if we treat climate change not as something foreign? What if you talk about the energy transition as something more than promises and ceremonials, but something that needs real action? I'm Agus Tampu Bolon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will invite all the youth to join Mas Agus to be on the stage. We're going to have a group photo together before we conclude the session. Are there more participants to be on the stage aside from them, or just the 3 of them? More people? Just the 4 of you? Okay. Okay. We'll almost come to the end of the conference today. And I guess we all agree that youth have a huge potential to create a ripple positive effect for a positive change. And it's important to engage, empower youth, because they're full of energy, they're very creative, and they'll be the one who continue our work, our legacy. Okay, thank you very much. You may return back to your seat. So that's the end of our conference today, Pathways to a Prosperous Indonesia, powered by renewable energy, how Team Europe can support a just energy transition in Indonesia. On behalf of the organizers, I truly thank you for your enthusiasm, for your active participation. Hopefully you enjoy the conference and found it very useful and informative. Thank you for spending your time with us. We'll see you on the next great occasion. Sorry? Okay. I would like to invite Henrietta to have a closing remarks. It'll be very short, she said.
Thank you very much. No, I was already very happy that I could avoid getting up here one more time, but still, I think it's a very good opportunity for me just to, again, say really thank you to everybody. I have to admit that this last session brought me to tears. It was very beautiful. Thank you so much, Mas Agus and the young people. It gives me tremendous amount of hope. So thank you very much for that. Also, thank you to the slightly older people who have been giving us very valuable insights through the whole 2 days. So
thank you. Thank you very much, Henrietta, for hosting, for facilitating this event so we all can be together, can know what needs to be addressed, and hopefully our collaboration will come to a great solution in the very, very near future. Thank you very much. Have a great evening for all everybody. Of you. Drive safe, and you all have a good day. Goodbye. Thank you.